Friday banner. Boom. McQueen and the Violet Fall.
Yeah. What is good? It's a big weekend, man. It's a big weekend. The only way it could be bigger is if
this weekend. You got the big game. I got the big fight. I'm being sarcastic because I'm wearing Ali, but I know there's a big fight this weekend.
You're doing the 13th round.
Oh man.
Ooh-wee.
Oh, in here. Okay. Welcome. I don't know. Is Warren in here yet? Warren.
Oh man, shout out to that man, Warren.
Yeah, Warren looking. I don't know. Oh, there he is. Yeah, Warren's in here. Shout out to Warren. Shout out to everybody who's getting their merch delivered today or got it delivered yesterday. I know a lot of people got it yesterday. But as a matter of fact, since we talking about merch, we talking. Yeah,
y'all see that bomber up in there, though?
Yeah, y'all better get up on that. What's up, Mark? We see you. Yo, Sean, you need to rock some of the D-Lo and Casey gear in that in some of your photo shoots.
Come on, man, in the photo shoots, man. On the 916 podcast, they're waiting for me, at the 916 podcast because. They say I got some questions to answer if Deontay Wilder don't win, man. You know what I'm saying? It's all good. It's Bomb Squad over here. It's Bomb Squad.
Dave, check your email. Dave Garcia. Check your email.
Real quick.
I sent you something.
Real quick. Warren, Dr. David, Rob W, Dave 209. Come on, man. Big air horns for him, for them and Manny. They all showed a little love to Tyler, man. They all show some love to him, man. So
okay,
yeah, salute. That's dope, you guys.
Okay,
that's dope.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Like to hear it. Love to hear it. We are going to, Manny, we'll connect, and then as soon as some deliveries get in, we'll get Tyler all set up, man. We'll get Tyler set up. Right on, 209. Appreciate you. Your design's taking over the world. We got bomber jackets. We got wine tumblers. We got everything. Oh, Mark's rocking that. Mark's rocking the tri blend today. That's my favorite. That's what these roots of fights things are. That's why I love wearing these so much, man. Because they that tri blend. They soft, man. I just feel all cuddly.
Real quick before we get on the air. You interested at all in Aftershock?
Yeah, actually I am. We was just talking about that a little bit.
Who's there? I mean, I don't know none of their songs, but I know Metallica's a huge deal.
That's all I would. That's it.
I don't know any of their song, but I know Metallica's in there.
Yeah. I mean, Enter Sandman. Yeah, Enter Sandman. Yeah, Brock Lesnar came out to it. No, that's Mariano Rivera.
Mariano Rivera.
Yeah,
I got you. Sometimes you really just vibe it out. I'm just trying to voice out my self-made progress last time that I checked.
Let's go, baby. Come on in, hang out, stay a while. It is Friday. It is a huge Friday. It's a 49er Friday brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. Stilo and KC. I'm Damian Barling. He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
And we are with you for the next 4 hours. We're live on twitch.tv/ESPN1320. We're live on youtube.com/ESPN1320. We're live on the Odyssey app, and we are live all over Northern California on 1320 AM.
Come on, man. You see me all the way topped up, man.
I see you. You got your
crazy weekend for me right now, man. It's crazy. I'm ready to go.
You got your 49ers hoodie on. You got your San Francisco Giants hat on with the logo upside down to try to, get me dizzy for the rest of the day. You've got your Dante Wilder shirt underneath, or your lucky Dante Wilder socks or something.
I need some Bomb Squad merch. You know what I'm saying? Fellow Black Bottle Boy, by the way.
You know what it is.
It's not just Deontay Bomb Squad. We talking about a fellow Black Bottle Boy out here, man. It's time. It's a big weekend, man. It's a big weekend. Let's go. Let's go, damn it. Let's go.
Shout out to the rest of the Black Bottle Boys here in the chat. Warren, Mark, everybody who's getting their merchandise over at DLoandKC.com, showing love on social media, man. We greatly appreciate you, man. There's a lot to dive into today. As we mentioned, it is a 49ers Friday. We've got plenty to talk about with the San Francisco 49ers, and we've got plenty of people to talk to about the San Francisco 49ers. John Weinfuss, he covers the Cardinals for ESPN. Of course, it's the Cardinals and the 49ers this weekend. We'll talk to Quinton Mayo of BetMGM tonight, as we do each and every single week. Coming up, it's 2 o'clock hour. And Kyle Madson will join us from the broom closet from the studios of 95.7 The Game in San Francisco. Almost. That was close. Yeah, it's close. Kyle Madson, that's coming up at 2:17. Anyone else joining us later in the show?
Well, we're getting confirmation right now from our guy. You know what I'm saying? He's gonna be.
It's
gonna be out
boy.
there.
We can say it like it's Joe Shasky.
Well, he's down to come onto the show, but he said he's gonna be out there on the battlegrounds. He said he's gonna be out there on the battlegrounds. He's gonna be at Oracle Park.
Okay. Yeah, well, that would make for okay. We could keep that would make for a really fun video stream. Put your boy from Oracle Park. We'll keep it short. We won't bother him too long. We'll keep it short. But I need to see it.
He's trying to.
I need to see it.
He's trying to figure out if he'll be able to do the video or not. That's why I say. That's why I'm trying to see what's really going on. But he said he's down to do it. We're trying to get him on video at Oracle.
Y'all know the deal, man. We plan the show as we go. We just here having some fun. It's a Friday. It's the San Francisco 49ers and the Arizona Cardinals. We saw 2 NFC West teams go at it last night with the Seahawks and the Rams, and lots of storylines coming out of that one. I guess it's most important to point out Rams kind of, I guess, if you can fall off track for one game against a really good Cardinals team, back on track with a win against Seattle. But that's not the story. The story is Russell Wilson's finger. And Troy Aikman, I think, had the line of the night. He just can't get his finger to work. And that appeared to be the case.
So it's funny. I was in and out of the game. I was at soccer practice. I was doing some other stuff. And I saw the end of that part, like where they did the slow-mo replay. And I heard that part where like Russ is like slinging his arm down, trying to bend, and he just can't get his finger to work. What the hell do you mean? I think it's in 3 different locations right now, and you're talking about I can't get it to work.
I legit popped for that when Troy Aikman said he just can't get his finger to work, and I popped even more when he starts because I guess that's a football player. Maybe that's just an athlete. Period. Is you think if you flick your hand really violently, you could just snap the finger back into place because it became clear his finger was not where it was supposed to be. So he's starting to shake it like, get back in place. Get back in place. And like, no, couldn't. And he's sitting here trying to hold the ball, and he's looked like he's throwing up a gang sign. Looks like he's, shouting out look like he's shouting out Nipsey Hussle instead of trying to throw a pass. Like, yo, man, what are you doing? They got him. They got him up out of there, and the legend that is Geno Smith entered the game.
Geno. Yeah.
I don't have any problem with Geno Smith. I just was as stunned as everybody else.
Yeah, you got
more than I can say for some people. He did what he could. I would have bet the Caraway compound that game was ending on an interception, and sure enough, that's what happened.
We knew it was coming. No shade to Geno.
It's not a knock. Like he did what he could. He had a hell of a drive. His first, his first time out there. As much as it felt like the national media was willingness to happen, there wasn't any chance Geno was going to lead that team down, and it was a touchdown. 3 wasn't going to do. Getting into field goal range wasn't going to do. He had to have a sustained drive, and it didn't happen, and it wasn't going to happen.
You know, one thing that I came out of that game noticing, and I see our guy Jay Stalls in the building.
Oh, he always comes out. He always comes out when the Rams win. I ain't seen him all week.
Bruh, he was nowhere to be found on Monday. Nowhere.
I ain't seen him all. I'm like the lady in the meme. I'm squinting. Like, where's Javon? Where's Javon? Where's the Rams fan at? He ain't here.
Yeah, can't ever see him there, but that's my guy. 100%. But I really don't mean this as shade, and we all know shade is coming when I say that. But I don't mean it as that.
Yep.
The Rams are a damn good team.
Mm-hmm.
I looked at them and I was like, if that's supposed to be the best, that's beatable. Like that's beatable.
So
and that's the way that I kind of look at the NFL right now. Even the best, there's no like full respect to these guys. When the Chiefs were humming the last 2-3 years, and I mean they're still a really good team, I was like, I don't know what you do with that. I don't know what you do with that. You got to hope maybe the secondary ain't going, but then they started making plays on defense. Like, I don't know what you do with that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have that feeling about any team that I've seen through 5 weeks. That doesn't mean the Rams aren't a really good team or the Cardinals or the Bills. Doesn't mean that. I'm just saying I don't have that type of feeling about this Rams team.
And I don't think that you should through 5 weeks.
You know what I mean? Remember how people were talking after week 1 with the Rams?
Well, wait a minute. To be fair, I was talking about that way. I was talking that way before the season started. I had figured this. I have the Rams going to the Super Bowl, but for some reason, I had Seattle winning that game. It's why I'm in the Jimmy Garoppolo position of the D'Lo and Casey pick'em range. The Jimmy Garoppolo position.
I got that point.
I'm ranked 55th. In a pick'em poll that only has 50 people. That's the Jimmy Garoppolo ranking. That's how bad I am right now in the pick'em polls because I do stupid stuff like I did last night. But you said it was like a week ago. You don't want a team playing its best football in September, October.
Right.
You want to play their best football later.
Yeah,
the Rams, I think, are the Rams are showing a lot to be afraid of, in my opinion. Of course, I don't think what we saw last night is the team that I think is going to go to the Super Bowl, but I think they're going to be dangerous when the games start becoming elimination games.
And look, credit to them. Thursday games are always a mess. Thursday games, especially when you got to go on the road, that's tough.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It's always tough. So you don't apologize for coming out of there, no matter how you win Thursday night games on the road. So that's just what it is. I mean, Stafford is damn good in that offense.
Yep.
They're explosive with Deshaun Jackson,
yep.
Cooper Kupp, Robert Woods. They got weapons. Not even like I forgot the other guy, not Sony Michel, but the other little running back, number 27. I like the way he runs the ball too. So they've got weapons on the offensive end. Yeah. The issues that I have is really with them on the defensive end. They're not as imposing as maybe I thought they would be on the defensive end. And maybe that changes as the season goes along. But outside of Jalen Ramsey, even Geno was picking on the poor rookie the other day, number 31. If he doesn't get it together, that could be an issue. And Jay Stalls points it out, the linebackers, I wouldn't call them trash. He calls them trash in the chat. I wouldn't say they're trash. It's just that might be a spot of weakness. So defensively, I gotta hold off on them. But offensively, they've got a ton of weapons.
Well, this in from Adam Schefter. It's not really news, but it is. Jimmy Garoppolo not practicing today. Therefore, by the words of Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, that means Trey Lance is the starter. Now that Adam Schefter didn't tweet reporting that Trey Lance is the starter, I'm just putting things together that Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch said. John Lynch said if Jimmy Garoppolo doesn't practice on Friday, then Trey Lance will be the starter. Jimmy Garoppolo is not practicing today. And by the way, this makes all the sense in the world because yesterday, Jimmy Garoppolo couldn't push off his freaking leg. He couldn't push off his back foot. So there was virtually no chance of him starting. This is all part of the Shanahan circus of him orchestrating these things the way that he wants to, and he's going to keep the Cardinals guessing. Cardinals aren't stupid. They knew Jimmy Garoppolo wasn't playing, and they knew if Jimmy Garoppolo played, they were going to kill the San Francisco 49ers. They've been game planning for Trey Lance, regardless of this little charade that Kyle Shanahan is doing. But Jimmy Garoppolo not practicing today. It appears, and we will know officially in, I don't know, an hour when after practice, when Kyle Shanahan speaks to the media, we'll know officially. I assume it'll be there that Kyle Shanahan says Trey Lance is the starter versus the Cardinals.
You know, there are two things that I just don't like, and I'm not a fan of.
Buddy Hield and what?
Well, no. I like Buddy, especially in his new role. I like him a lot better.
I know you do. Yeah.
When I talk about don't like, I mean almost deathly afraid of. It's robots and calf injuries. And when they talk about Jimmy Garoppolo on a calf strain, yeah, it's no surprise he's not practicing. You're not bouncing back from a calf strain in 5 days. It's not happening. That's another reason why on a negative side about people not practicing, I don't think we see George Kittle this week. I don't think he plays on Sunday, and I think they try to give him an extra week with the bye to get that calf right a little bit. So, yeah, calf strains, Jimmy Garoppolo, George Kittle, they're never a good look.
Well, there's a lot to talk about with the San Francisco 49ers. It's a 49ers Friday brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. We will break this game down. We'll talk about the ins and outs. We'll talk about some of the other shortcomings that the San Francisco 49ers are having this season, other concerns outside the quarterback position that San Francisco 49er fans should have entering this game on Sunday against the Arizona Cardinals. Also, David Aldridge and the crew over at The Athletic, they're keeping the Ben Simmons Sacramento conversation alive. We'll let you know what they said.
And also, when we talk about Ben Simmons, I got something I got to say about that. I really do. I don't know when we get to it, but I'm just telling you, I got something we got to say about that.
All right. Well, Kings are practicing right now. James Ham is out there. We'll retweet some of the videos over at ESPN 1320 and at D-Lo and KC. Those are our Twitter and Instagram handles. We're back with more here on Twitch, on YouTube, on the Odyssey app, and of course on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
De'Aaron shot a three that just fell in beautifully just now. That was about as good as you can make a shot.
Yeah, I saw that. I'm making the corrections. I must have misread it. Well, obviously I misread it. I didn't sleep good, man, so I can't see straight.
Well, what happened, man? Why didn't you sleep good, man?
You know what it was, man? The wind was blowing, and now that I sleep upstairs, like I like to leave the window open because I sleep with it cold. So if I can avoid turning the air conditioner on, we have those linen blinds that we have up. The wind shook. The wind was blowing so bad last night, it shook the rod loose, and it kind of dropped and hit the top of the awning, and it like it woke, like it was one of those things where I was in a deep ass sleep and my eyes popped open, and I didn't know why, but I knew they did for a reason. So I kind of had to get up and get my bearings and figure out what was going on. And then I grabbed my phone and saw like 10 texts with Donnie Dope ones and KC. So then I started. Then I got into DLoandKC.com and went over to Shopify and started looking at some of the different things that we've got over there. Like there's a lot of new merchandise up there that y'all got to go see. So I wound up being, doing some of that work for about 2 hours. Went back to bed at 3. Didn't turn my 5 o'clock alarm off.
Oh no, jeez.
Woke up at 5 and was just like, oh hell, I didn't train this morning, but I've been kind of awake since then. So yeah, no bueno.
I wanna play something real quick to get full context. Actually hear it, because the caption says 82-year-old Jim Cat just went old school racist on MLB Network.
Oh, good.
Oh no.
I don't know how much you've seen of Moncada, but everybody talks of this guy should be a star, an all-star.
That's what they look like. I don't know about the rest of it. First time I saw him in the big leagues, I looked around the dugout and I said, can we have one of those? That's what they look like.
Get a 40-acre field full of them.
I mean,
Oh my.
Oh
my.
Okay. Well,
damn.
yeah, that's old school. Jesus
Wow.
almighty.
Get a 40-acre field full of them. Yo.
Wow.
I might have to step into the booth right now if I was MLB Network. Like right now. Like, come with us, bring your playbook.
Yeah.
You're not finishing this game.
Coach wants to see you in the do the Tom Brenneman. Do the Tom Brenneman goodbye. And
this dude, wow.
I sincerely apologize for saying something horrible. There's a drive to deep left field, but I'm probably never going to call another game again. And God damn that Grant Napier. He really was wronged. And now I'm going to go on about my way.
He did do that. He was like, I'm sorry. There's a drive to deep left field.
Drive to deep left field.
Oh no.
There's a drive to deep left field. I apologize to this.
That was a crazy ass comment. Jesus. There's only one way that even comes to mind. Like, who even thinks to say something like that?
I don't know, man. Well, because he said it before.
Exactly.
He's said it before.
Jeez.
MLB going MLB, boy.
Mm-hmm.
Indeed. Appreciate those listening on Odyssey. For those that are watching on Twitch, man, I know you're brand loyal. You might want to switch over to YouTube. We've been on the air for 18 minutes, and I think Twitch has booted us twice, man. I don't know what's up with that platform, but head over to youtube.com/ESPN1320. YouTube always seems to do us right. It's a 49er Friday, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. Best believe I'm pouring my glass at 4 o'clock. I've had an uncomfortable week, man. I've had a drink every day this week.
Oh no.
I realized that, like, not like I was going ham. Like, I had Bumbu for a couple of nights, and then I stepped it up a little bit last night and went to Bumbu XO, the rarely used black bottle.
Yeah, now you're not playing. You're not playing.
The game was on. I was sitting there. I went and sat outside and lit up a cigar. Took one puff of the cigar, was like, oh, I feel sick. Put the cigar out, finished my XO, walked my happy ass back in the house and watched the rest of that game. But it's a McQueen. I don't know what was in that cigar. Woo,
That'll do it. So I hear. I don't really get down like that, but the certain type of liquor and a cigar, it'll do it to you.
Well, they meant to be. They meant to, like, the XO is meant for cigars. But man, like I was like, got it lit, took the puffs. I was like, oh dear, what is that? It's like, what is happening right now? Like, oh no, like, all right, this is a really strong cigar. I don't know what was happening last night, but normally I'll pour my first glass at 4 o'clock on Friday.
Yeah,
I poured it at about 5 o'clock on Monday, and what is going on?
Just finish out the week. Just finish out the week.
Well, I ain't a quitter. Like, I'm gonna finish strong. But again, it's a little sip. Like, it's not, I don't need to go to a meeting, and I don't need to talk to anybody. Like, I'm good. It's just a little sip. I don't know why. Never do that. I don't know. I don't know if it was Kings basketball. I don't know what it was.
Basketball.
Maybe it was nerves. Like, I'm
not sure what you were gonna see out there.
Get a little Bumbu before I go watch Davion and Tyrese and the elite shooter Buddy Hield. And I put that poll up, by the way, on Twitter.
Which was,
is Buddy Hield an elite shooter?
You went there today.
Well, why not? It's Friday. You ain't got no job. You ain't got nothing to do.
You went there.
I did.
What's it looking like?
Well, 72% of the people say yes. Buddy Hield is an elite shooter.
They said how many? 70
Again, 72%.
Oh man. Oh man.
Yeah. So
boy, these kids are some circus clowns.
I don't know, guys. I'll start watching basketball closer. I guess I'm sorry. I've been watching basketball wrong all these years. So Buddy Hield is an elite shooter. Y'all win. I have been beaten into submission. 72% say yes. We'll just let that live out there. You can have it.
Where is it at, man?
I ain't gonna die there.
I saw something crazy. Oh yeah, it was from our guy Rory who broke this whole thing down.
Okay.
So Hoop Central, they had a stat that said Buddy Hield. I think this was from Tuesday or Wednesday when they played. I'm assuming. Yeah. Maybe it was from Monday. It doesn't matter. It's the same thing. It says Buddy Hield attempted 13 threes in 22 minutes tonight. And our guy Rory puts it in more perspective. He says, to put this in perspective, Buddy is averaging 20.8 3-point attempts per 36 minutes.
Attaboy.
So far this preseason. Steph Curry led the league last season with 13.4.
Oh my.
Attempts.
Oh.
Buddy Hield.
Hey, Buddy is that dude. Buddy is that dude. Steph, Buddy. Can't tell me nothing. Let's go to these phone lines. 916-349-1320. Let's get to our man TC. Let's go.
TC, what's up, man? You see what it is?
Yes, sir, man. My two brothers, how y'all doing, man?
Good, man. We good. We ready for this Friday. Big weekend going on, man.
Man, it's a big weekend, man. I just got a few topics, man. It's a big weekend. First and foremost, man, it's Trey time, Kenny.
Yes, sir. Let's get out. I'm ready, TC. I'm ready.
Hey, look, I'm ready too. And also, look, the Kings, bro. It's something special. It's something special this year, bro. We got something special, and I love it.
A lot of people feeling that way, man. A lot of people feeling that way.
We really do. And also, I'm going to take this off the air. I don't know if you guys seen that trade. I'm pretty sure y'all seen it, but that 4 or 5 team trade with Kyrie.
That's stupid.
Bro,
Stop,
horrible,
that's stupid.
Horrible.
Oh, man. Come on. Why they always do that? Well, I know why, but they always do that with the Kings when they put them in like a 3-team or 4-team trade. They always just give them the scraps just so they can make it involved.
Bleacher Report's just showing their whole ass. TC, we appreciate you, as
TC.
always. Bleacher Report showing their whole ass with that one. Like, what do y'all like? Why? Like, who says let's post this? Let's send. Who was it? It was Dame and who to Philadelphia? It was another star. It was another star that went to Philadelphia.
I got it.
Like Kyrie's in Sacramento. Like you
was it? It wasn't Dame and De'Aaron, was it? Because De'Aaron went.
It might have been. It was absurd.
Where is it at?
It was legit ridiculous.
Because I definitely
like who does Bleacher Report not have an editor?
Apparently,
like, does someone go like, guys, what are we doing here? Like, what is this? This to paraphrase my man Soundboard, this is circus clowns.
Yeah, let me just get it. They deserve it.
Boy, these kids are some circus clowns.
Yeah, that ain't it, man.
Yeah, I can't.
That ain't it.
It
don't matter. It don't matter. It's dumb. Sixers, of course. Sixers got Dame and Beal in the deal. They got like.
All right, man. Come on.
And maybe because I immediately dismissed. Oh, this is Bleacher Report. Oh, this is trash. Maybe it was supposed to be satire. Maybe it was a joke. That was my original thought. Until I got the push notification and it had the head blowing up emoji because like Bleacher Report was like, "Wait do you guys see this?" All right, guys.
Oh man, they tripping. By the way, can I just for a quick second get into Ben Simmons?
Sure.
Because I don't know if you saw the latest report. Shams mentioned it, I think, from the trade offer or the Philadelphia wanted from Portland.
Portland, yeah. It was like 3 pick swaps and 3 first rounders.
CJ McCollum,
like
3 first rounders and 3 pick swaps for Ben Simmons. And I hear that. And Damian, I think the league might have to get involved, man.
Mm-hmm.
Because if this guy really is still out here trying to make those type of deals, he's not operating in his right mind. And this is never going to get done. Look, make no bones about it. This is, I feel at least, this is embarrassing for the league. This whole saga that's been going on, the Simmons thing, like it's embarrassing. You got Simmons taking shots. You got Simmons just sitting out, not playing. You've got teammates, coaches having their remarks, taking shots. We're at a wrestling event, and you got a whole arena talking about F. Ben Simmons.
Yep.
I mean, this is getting embarrassing. And at the height of the embarrassment that this is, you got this guy, Daryl Morey, still having ridiculous trade demands. Adam Silver. I'd make a call and be like, figure this out in a month or I'm getting involved. Because it's ridiculous. DeMarcus.
It's getting ridiculous. It's really ridiculous.
Come on.
Marvin Bagley, not related to anything. James Ham tweeted, Marvin Bagley and Buddy Hield both missed practice today with sore knees.
Oh, come on.
They missed practice. There's no game till Monday. Right? There's no game till Monday. Everything's fine. What do you mean? Everything's fine. There's nothing to see here at all.
What do you mean sore knees?
There's nothing to see here. Buddy, not worried about that one at all. But Marvin, no, there's nothing to see here. It's okay.
Now, because he's great.
Maybe it's load management.
Because he's great.
I don't know.
James Ham follows up.
Yep.
Nothing serious with either Hield or Bagley. Team is keeping everyone fresh with a long season ahead.
Sore knees. That's all.
I still wouldn't want them out with.
I would have rather they lied to James. Marvin and Buddy out for load management. Just don't put sore knees. Don't do any of that stuff. Don't attach any of that stuff. Buddy, fine. Buddy will play with the Russell Wilson finger, and we'll have no problem. If Mark Jones be out there, he can't get his finger to work. Buddy Hield for 3. Buddy.
Swish. That was what he needed. He needed his finger to be dislocated.
Buddy is now shooting a 3-fingered 3, where he's got a mangled finger, and he's shooting now at a 90% clip. He's an elite shooter with 3 fingers.
It's funny you say that. I remember reading an article where Kobe, he had broken his finger or something like that and had it all taped up, where he basically couldn't feel on his index finger.
Mm-hmm.
And he learned to shoot with the other 3 fingers, essentially.
Yeah. That was during the season.
Yeah. It wasn't like,
that wasn't like in the off season. Yeah. That was like, during the season.
We got a game. I'm going to work on how to shoot with my other 3 fingers. It's great.
Yeah. Kobe's a little bit different. We got to get that sound. We got to get that sound clip. He can't get his finger to work. We've got to get that sound bite. We'll dive back into the Kings here in just a little bit. Again, there's no game tonight. Obviously, there was no game last night. Really nothing coming up until Monday when the Sacramento Kings take on the Portland Trailblazers. I do have some thoughts on that game, though, that we can get into. David Aldridge, you mentioned Ben Simmons. You mentioned the league getting involved. The crew over at The Athletic was having a kind of a roundtable conversation, if you will, a roundtable write-up, I guess, about a variety of NBA topics. Ben Simmons, one of them. David Aldridge is a big proponent of Sacramento having the best offer for Philadelphia. As you read a little bit deeper into David Aldridge's offer, it includes Tyrese or Davion. And then so immediately it's like, okay, we're really not going to pay attention.
Hadn't I been saying this? I've been saying he ain't paying attention. And I love DA. I don't have no problem with him. He ain't paying attention to anything that's going on out here.
Sam Amick followed up. We'll let you know what Sammy said there in that article on The Athletics. We mentioned it's 49ers Friday. Go ahead.
There's 2 things, 2 really good comments here. M. Cook, 1147, when you talk about his Buddy Hield, an elite shooter. M. Cook probably says it perfectly. He's an elite shooter, just not an elite maker. That's pretty good.
That's
and
solid.
Then where's the other one? Chris says he doesn't need a middle finger to shoot 15 threes a game. He don't need it. Just if Cassani at the Russell Wilson.
I got you. Yeah,
that one didn't hit as hard as the other one. The other one.
The only middle finger he needs is the one that he gives to the people who think he's not elite. Middle finger taken. Thank you, buddy. We keep it moving. I can't believe it's 72%. That is a wild freaking number. 72% say he's elite. That is a phenomenal number. That is huge.
Hey, I'm not even gonna concede like maybe you did earlier, Dan. I'm just gonna say what I said the other day. I guess other people have different outlooks of what's elite and what's not. Maybe they have lower standards for elite than me or you.
My man Billy tweeted me stats. He said, roll the credits, and it's Buddy, and it's Dame, and it's Steph, and it's James Harden, and it's Paul George, and it's all these guys. So it's like, one, you're putting Buddy in that class. Two, have you ever watched a Kings game? Like, have you ever just seen one before or no? He has not yet got back to me on whether he's ever seen a Kings game. Maybe I haven't. Maybe I just haven't been watching closely. Maybe I need to pull up my buddy film. Maybe I need to dive into my buddy film.
Well, no, because
did that the other day.
You already did that. We pulled up the film. We didn't like what we saw.
I mean, Cole's right. Mark Jones called him a lead, so it's Mark wanted our confirmation on that, though. That's what made that. That's what made that all uncomfortable. Is Mark wanted our confirmation, and we were like, "Well,"
I said, "Mark, I'm not gonna be able to do
it." I'm sorry, Mark. You are paddling that boat by yourself. That is not our.
Oh man,
not our thing there. Not our thing.
But we'll continue to say, Buddy struggling 2 preseason games means nothing in the grand scheme of things, and we hope by the time it kicks off for real, he's out there splashing.
By the way,
right?
Hell yeah! Like, I want Buddy to be elite. I want Buddy to be the elitist of the elite. I want him to be the Beyonce and Jay-Z of the elite. That's where I want him to be.
And to be honest with you, thinking back to 2019, I mean, believe it or not, some people, Buddy, it's fun when Buddy is a good basketball player. Like, he's a fun guy. Like, he does a lot of, after shot stuff, and seeing threes go through at that rate, it's exciting for the crowd. It's fun when Buddy Hield is on. So I'd want him to turn it around as soon as possible.
You want to get in on the phone lines, you can, 916-349-1320. We'll talk more Kings as the day rolls along. We'll talk more 49ers. We should have official confirmation. I see some people, I saw Bleacher Report put it out there that, again, Bleacher Report taking a lot of L's today. They said Trey Lance is going to start on Sunday. To the best of my knowledge, that hasn't been announced yet. You correct me if I'm wrong, but
no,
I haven't seen that announced anywhere. But it maybe they're just putting 2 and 2 together like the rest of us are.
Tea leaves.
So all it is because it would be a really bad look if Kyle Shanahan gets, we really just want Jimmy to make it through walkthrough tomorrow. If Jimmy could make it through the walkthrough at the hotel, he's gonna give it a go. He's a gamer. He's a tough guy. That would be a really bad look for everybody involved. So the belief is with Jimmy Garoppolo not practicing today, Trey Lance will be the starter against the Arizona Cardinals. Kyle Shanahan set to speak to the media coming up in about 45 minutes or so. Quarterback issues. That's not the only problem that the San Francisco 49ers have. They have a number of other issues that I'm probably a little bit more concerned about. Now, the interesting thing about Trey Lance, I think, headed into this game against Arizona is how much will the addition of Trey Lance help alleviate some of these issues? 2 key issues on the offensive end for me, KC, right out the gate. By the way, Game Day with Kenny Caraway on Twitch, on YouTube, on Odyssey, and on 1320 a.m. coming up on Sunday at 11:30 a.m. Make sure that you are here for 49ers pregame. The run game isn't what Kyle Shanahan desperately wants it to be.
Right.
It's not. It's just not. It's not functioning the way that Kyle Shanahan builds his offense. 2, I don't feel like the big plays have been there. Now, certainly one of the big play. Trey Lance has had one of maybe the biggest offensive play of the season. And when I say big, I'm not talking about impactful. I'm talking about sheer volume of yardage. Like that's what I'm talking about. Trey had that with Debo last week.
Yeah.
But I feel like the offense has lacked those two things, and Trey might be able to help with those this weekend.
Absolutely. I think we saw a little bit of that when he came into the game last week against the Seahawks, where Trey Sermon, who was already starting to feel good about himself as a runner prior to that, but when he came in there was some RPOs or zone reads or whatever the play was, and some gaping holes for Trey Sermon to run through. So I think Trey definitely helps with that. That's another person that you have to be accountable for out there if you're the defense. And combine that with the fact that you can implement some things that Trey Sermon is probably a little more comfortable with and familiar with, coming from what he was able to do with Justin Fields at Ohio State. The gun runs and things of that nature, the RPOs that way. I think Trey can help out the running game in a number of different ways.
Okay. But he can't carry the run game. He can't carry that load.
No. He can't carry the load, but his mere presence and some of the things that you now have available to you in the playbook that can help the run game.
Do we know Elijah Mitchell's status?
He should be back. He's practiced and things of that nature. I think they haven't said, I haven't seen anything yet saying for sure that he's back, but there's definitely a belief that he'll be back this weekend.
Okay.
That would help as well.
I mean, I of course, because it feels like he's RB1. That feels like something that Trey Sermon isn't going to be able to. I don't know. Maybe running back is usually the position you can make an impact in immediately.
Mm-hmm.
It feels like Trey Sermon has had a difficulty doing that through his first. It's not 4 games for him. Actually, what is it? Is it 2 games for him?
3 games.
He didn't play in the first one. Well, he got hit in the second one.
Second, he played Philly. He played Philly. Green Bay,
that's a good way of putting it. Yeah. He played. Yeah.
Philly, Green Bay, and Seattle. So the other thing about that, though, and the other issue that I don't know, I feel like would be an issue for Kyle Shanahan is right now it seems like Trey Sermon is better running in between the tackles, and maybe Elijah Mitchell is better outside the tackle, setting the edge, tosses and sweeps and all that other stuff. And right now he hasn't had the opportunity to go between the two type of running backs, right? It's had to be, well, Sermon, I know you're not really good on the tosses right now, but you're all we got. So you're going to have to run the toss. And it just throws everything out of whack. Right now, Kyle hasn't been able to adjust, and I don't know if it's his fault or just human nature. He hasn't been able to adjust quick enough to his best running backs going down and still do the things that he wants to do. He's been able to do that for the most part a lot of the times throughout his time with the 49ers, but this year he hasn't been able to get it done. Some of that, Damian, I think has to do with how defenses are playing against the 49ers, particularly how they were playing against the quarterback, number 10, Jimmy Garoppolo.
Okay. I want you to elaborate. I want you to elaborate on that in just a second, but I want to get to our man Sam here at 916-349-1320. What's happening, Sam?
What's going on, fellas? How you guys doing?
We all right, man. What's up, Sam?
Well, I wanted to talk some boxing and some Niners.
Let's do that. Now you're in my wheelhouse, baby. Let's go.
There you go. And Damon, I got a question for you, though, real quick.
Yes, sir.
Real concerned about you there, brother. That cigar you were puffing on, were you on an? Got to ask, were you on an empty stomach last night?
I might have been.
I
might have been. That might have been it. I was dealing with some. I was dealing with some .com issues that had me out.
Cigars will sneak up on you.
Boy.
Well,
boy.
Well, this isn't a shot, brother, but if you're going to smoke something high octane, there's going to be times when that plant-based diet isn't going to work. You need a full stomach, man.
Oh, you could. Let's be clear. I'm not a cigar smoker. I'm very much it would be a stretch to say I'm a rookie. Like I don't even know that I'm like a recreational. Like I'm a pickup game guy when it comes to cigars.
All right, I got you.
What you got for us, Sam?
Well, first of all, I've got some advanced analytics I've done on the 49ers here.
Okay.
Kyle Shanahan is, I believe, right around game number 70 in his coaching career. And he's just under 500. So I think the sample size is enough that we know. You know, I see, you know, the last 3 weeks, all you got to do is go back and look at how we just give away the first half of the game. We've got no interest in the first half of the game, whether it's 3 and outs or penalties or low scores going into the halftime. And, you know, his teams are really uneven, and his quarterback play is really uneven, and it's because his preparation for games is fairly uneven. And that's the conclusion I've come to. So still room to prove me wrong, but right now I'm going to stick with I think he's a very good play caller. Not so sure he's a head coach. And I do think that his having final say-so over roster decisions is there's a number of things you could point to that would indicate otherwise. Now, on the Wilder fight, I got a question for you. First of all, you got a prediction for this weekend?
You got to listen to the 13th round. Watch the 13th round. I got the prediction for you, big dog. I got the prediction. It's coming out about 2:15 or so.
Okay, so here's what I got, and this is going to seem bizarre. I do think the one thing that helped Wilder was COVID. Because if you recall right, back after he lost that fight, he wanted an immediate rematch. And I believe it was his corner second that said, there was some division there because somebody in his corner said, I don't know that that's a great idea to get the immediate rematch. And I agree. At the time, he looked pretty one-dimensional, so we'll see what he's figured out in training camp here.
Yeah.
But if all things are being equal and everybody's in shape and trained and I think Fury might have had a little bout of COVID. I'm not sure if he did or not.
Allegedly.
But, well, yeah, you know. Then I think I'm going to stay with Fury.
Okay. All right. Fury's a better boxer, man. So I understand that. But I'll let you guys know what I'm thinking a little later on today.
I want you to elaborate on defenses in the way that they were playing the San Francisco 49ers. We'll do that as 49ers Friday, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog. The smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil, continues here on Twitch, on YouTube, on the Odyssey app, and on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
I'll do McQueen when we come back.
Okay. Friday's easier because it's just the one. It gets a little. There it is. Far from it, man. If I was, it wouldn't have reacted that way.
Hold on.
Wow.
Sure. Calm down.
Wow.
Calm down. I know.
Wow.
Look, I know we got people that we know and love that are affiliated with the Dodgers. So we got love for them. But that love is gonna have to resurface again after this week. This week, we just not on the same side. Sure. What's going on? You see what's going on here? Come on.
That man on family.
This is a great day for sports. Well, baseball in particular. I think 4 playoff games today. That's some good stuff.
And them playoff games were trash.
Yeah, yesterday was weak. Although we got a steal of home yesterday.
We did, which is it's so pretty. Oh, sorry about that.
Yeah, the playoff games, they were a little bit of an afterthought last night, though.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Tim McMahon. How about this? Which player has the best chance to disrupt the Rookie of the Year conversation? Davion Mitchell.
Interesting. If I'm being consistent, I think Davion will get, how do I put it? He'll benefit from all those people who don't really watch the Kings, they'll just see the clip that Worldwide Wob puts out, and they'll be like, "Oh, Davion's one of the best defenders in the game." Like, they're not even watching.
You know what's funny about his clips too? They're just recorded off of the TV. Like it's just like he's pointing his phone at the TV.
He stays on brand.
There's 50 other, like cut, the Kings Herald. They're cutting the game as the game is happening and posting film. Worldwide Wob gets 4 billion retweets. Just he's doing the whole steady. Got it.
Yeah, every time. And like you said, just goes off. Oh boy. Oh, my brothers, be careful here. Watch Brittany Renner say, quote, "Hide your sons," after she announces she's headed to Jackson State University for the weekend.
Oh boy. Well.
You know what I'm here for. Yeah.
Did you hear The Rock on the Tech 9 record?
I heard about it. I haven't heard it.
One, the song's trash because the hook is terrible. The hook is just awful. It's what you'd expect from The Rock. It's fine. It's fine. Like Tech 9 probably wrote it and he delivered it. Like it's fine.
The Rock, the rapper.
It is. We can't. I was going to say, as we were talking about The Rock dropping a record with Tech 9 today, or at least dropping a verse on the Tech 9 record, it's what you'd expect. We can't even play it because he drops a strong MFer in there. Like it's a strong one too.
I knew The Rock didn't care after his rebuttal to Tyrese.
Oh, that was the greatest rebuttal in history.
That was
the greatest ever. When he's standing out there, was it the Black Rose CD? Oh, it's the greatest video ever. If you've never seen The Rock's review of the Black Rose, hit pause on D'Lo and KC and go watch it. It's that good. It's that good. Tim McMahon wrote, Tim McMahon, of course, of ESPN, which player has the best chance to disrupt the Rookie of the Year conversation? McMahon says Davion Mitchell. Sacramento Kings have a crowded backcourt, but it seems like he is too good not to play a lot of minutes right away. Mitchell, the co-MVP of the NBA Summer League after leading the Kings to a championship in Las Vegas, won't be a primary offensive option. So it's unlikely he'll have the kind of statistics that sway Rookie of the Year voters, but he might be, does this sound familiar? One of the best on-ball defenders in the league. And if that helps the Kings end the league's longest playoff drought, it would be difficult to ignore.
Well, Tim McMahon is not on the list.
He is not.
So that's good for him. Then number 2, I mentioned this during the break, and I'm still not sure Tim McMahon is watching the Kings basketball. He sounds like he's regurgitating what
I call cap. I think Tim McMahon does watch Kings basketball.
You think so? Not
just because he said something nice about the Kings there, but because he's written things in the past. I've talked to him before. I disagree.
Okay.
I disagree. I think he does watch.
You have better knowledge of that.
Not as closely as he watches the teams in Texas or perhaps some of the other big stories out there. But no, I think Tim McMahon watches Kings basketball.
Okay.
He didn't refer to Buddy Hield as elite anywhere in that article. So sorry, that's my fault. This will be the last day. I promise. This will be the last day. Hey,
but that's good to hear, though. That's dope.
We kind of let everybody in on it. James Ham's at practice. He texted me, "You want to have James on today?" Since we missed him earlier in the week. I mean,
always, man. It's always a good time.
Get James Ham on, and I mean, I'm sure James Ham is very interested in the Dodgers-Giants series coming up this weekend.
Are you being facetious? Because
no,
he's a big baseball guy.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
Okay, I didn't know.
Absolutely.
I was really asking.
He's a big sports guy. Like I don't
I
think
we did
there's
talk about this. He's like me, just competition. He's drawn to competition.
Yeah, like if I was gone, James could come in and do the show with you, and y'all could talk about anything.
That's interesting.
Like, that's what James Ham could do. James Ham, I'll text him back. He texted me. Shoot, I'm gonna text James back, see if he wants to come on today. We'll set up a time for him later in the show. We'll talk some Kings basketball with our man James Ham since we missed him on Wednesday. You said something right before we went to Sam a couple of minutes ago when we were talking about some of the flaws that the San Francisco 49ers have outside of, or maybe flaws is the wrong word, but some of the issues that they're having as a team right now outside of the quarterback position. And you mentioned defenses are playing them a certain way because of Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yeah, I just feel like it really stuck out to me in that Packers game. It probably happened in the Eagles game too, but in that Packers game, just how close the safeties were to the line of scrimmage. We talked to our guy Eric Crocker about it, and he saw the same things. It's just these safeties, they're probably typically on a quarterback that they respect, on an offensive scheme that they respect. They're probably 12 yards off the line of scrimmage, definitely behind the first down marker more times than not. These guys were 9 yards behind the line of scrimmage, in front of the first down marker. The linebackers, I don't know for sure, but if they're usually 5 yards off, they're 3 yards off the line of scrimmage. Everybody was just scrunching everything down to the line of scrimmage. And that is a tough 11-man box or whatever to run from or run against. And I think we just saw it on that touchdown play to Debo last week with Trey Lance. You can't necessarily do that, because if you do what Jamal Adams, I don't know what he was doing on the Deshaun Jackson play yesterday, but you can't just keep your eyes locked in on the backfield and play the run, because you got that RPO, and
by the way,
it's over the top of your head.
Is that twice with Adams?
Oh, it's a lot of times with Adams, but yeah, twice.
Okay, it's twice in the last 5 days.
Yeah.
He's thinking about that bag he got, and he's like, ooh, oh my God, 57-year-old Deshaun Jackson, who is still one of the fastest guys on the planet. He's in the end zone with the ball. I should go over there.
Did you see how he played that? Like he was running and completely lost sight of the ball, and just like he was in a spot to make a play, and then he ran away because he didn't know where the ball was, and Deshaun just stepped right there. And it was some of the worst coverage you'll ever see from a safety. And he does that routinely. He's a hell of a blitzer, but that's about it.
Maybe he's overpaid a little bit. Is that what you're trying to say?
Maybe.
Okay, 916-349-1320. I would say all the way from Baton Rouge, but I don't think he's in Baton Rouge. In fact, we never know where Rich is. Rich, what's going on, man? Where are you?
Gentlemen, what's going on?
Nick Rich, what's up, man?
Well, before I get into where we at and why we are going where we're going, man, I think this is the first time I ever called the radio station. I think I'm supposed to say, hey, D-Lo, KC, this is Rich from somewhere, man. Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Nice.
And then I give you, some kind of drop, like, oh, long time, first time.
What more do you want?
Something like that.
I thought we was going to air horns for Rich, and we went with the
exactly.
I don't know.
No, we're. I got my boy in the car. We're driving around the plains of the United States. We're actually we're taking a kind of a father-son vacation. We're leaving northern Kansas right now on our way up into Nebraska. We're kind of doing like a state capital type of adventure. But the main reason we're going is on Sunday we're going to be dropping down into Kansas City to watch our Kansas City Chiefs take on them Buffalo Bills. And this could be my first time taking my boy to Arrowhead Stadium, man.
Love it.
Man, that's going to be awesome. And that's a big time game right there.
Yes,
Chiefs Bills on Sunday Night Football. That's big time.
Absolutely. We got a different kind of Red Friday going on. Casey, I see you got your red on too.
Yeah. We red and gold. You guys are red and yellow. It's whatever.
That's
but
right.
Chiefs Friday doesn't sound as good as 49er Friday.
Yeah, I'm sure out there probably doesn't. But no, man, we just man, we like I said, wanted to give you guys a call. Seriously, first time I ever called a radio station, and it certainly is an honor to call you guys. And I'm sure you've been following me a little bit on social media. I'm repping the D-Lo KC shirt today.
Yes,
Hey,
yes, sir. Come on, man. You know I got to get air horns for that. There you go. Definitely for that.
So yeah, it's been interesting seeing some of the looks I'm getting walking around with the D-Lo KC shirt in the middle of Kansas. You know?
Yeah, we've thought about that in some of our designs. That maybe we take our big ass cartoon heads off of it and give people something.
Yeah, it may be a flyover state for the D-Lo KC show as well.
Oh yes, indeed, it may very well. Rich, we appreciate you, man. You know how much we love you. Enjoy the game this weekend.
Love, man.
Drive safely through everywhere.
Take care, Rich. Appreciate you, man.
You guys are, man, Rich. See, Odyssey, Twitch, YouTube, talk about having a syndicated radio show. We worldwide already, fam. What you doing?
Worldwide.
You got Cheryl from B More hitting you up, trolling you with Go Dodgers. By the way, you need to talk to your man's Jason Jones, because he went a bit too far on social media, and he's gonna as they used to say,
which tweet are you referring to?
As they used to say in some of the nightclubs that I would frequent and host, you're going to attract the wrong element with stuff like that. So,
so you mean Jason Elder?
Jason, you talk about being ready for this playoff series, boy. Jason, there's a level. Jason went about 3 levels above that level. Woo! Man, I love that people are so hyped for this playoff series.
Man,
even
big time. This is history in the making.
Even casuals like myself are
hyped. You ready for this one?
Oh, how can you not be? After this is legitimate. You know what this is? This is a great wrestling storyline with a year-long build.
They did it old school.
Years.
Oh, yeah, I like that
build.
I like that. You're right.
Finally getting this matchup in the playoffs of these rivals who've, it's like they've never main evented WrestleMania against each other. They've had some matches on Saturday night's main event, a couple of matches on Superstars, on Raw, but nothing like this. Oh, I need a Vince McMahon voiceover for the Giants and the Dodgers tonight. Not from you. No, not
the Giants and the Dodgers.
Wow, that was okay. I need Buster Posey. I said you got the Giants and the Dodgers. I need Buster Posey. The boyhood dream has come true. Buster Posey singles.
Would this be Rock Cena? That was a year long.
Rock Cena was kind of. I mean,
it was forced, but it was a year long.
Yeah, I mean, it's more like when you talk about ultimate storytelling, it's more Mega Powers Explode. It's more something along the lines like that. I mean, you could do Rock Cena if you stretch it out to where Cena first started making digs at The Rock for leaving wrestling and going to Hollywood, like Cena's done now.
Did he do that? Did he do that for real, or
no? He did that for real. No, why did it for real? Well, I don't know why he
that's dope. Shout out to Cena. I didn't know he did it for real.
Yeah, no, they had when Rock came back, they had legit heat. Well, I mean, I guess it's a fair comp. It's like the Giants and the Dodgers. That's legit heat. These two teams have heat with each other. But no, they weren't. It was probably not till the end of the second match that they were good. That it was like, all right, I get it. And then now that Cena has he's in the position The Rock was in. He just got there a lot later in his life than Cena did. Than Rock did. Cena's more like, okay, I get it. It's my bad.
Now Roman's hitting them with the early Cena stuff. Roman, when they had that going on, Roman hit a couple of nerves. He hit a couple of nerves.
Yeah. Cena hit a couple of nerves too when he got in the ring and took his shirt off, and it was like, oh, John. Again, John still looks great. but he doesn't look like John Cena. It was like, oh, like not even a tan booth or nothing. He just like fresh off the movie set, pale as can be, and let's wrestle. And he was on his way. But I love that it's great. I mean, that's the great thing about sports. Like sports, like the best matchups. I mean, that's what we saw last Sunday, right? Mm-hmm. Great storytelling. The Patriots and the Bucks. The game was what it was. It was more competitive than I think most of us thought it was going to be. But it was the storytelling of the 20-year relationship between Brady and the Bucks. Like that's like wrestling at its core. For those who don't understand wrestling, is great storytelling. Mm-hmm. And that's what the Giants Dodgers are. It's great storytelling. Speaking of great storytelling, speaking of wrestling, we've got your tickets to WWE Raw, October 18th at the Golden One Center, and we got them right now. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM, West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by last year's Elk Grove Dodge. He's Kenny Caraway. I'm Damian Barling, and we're sending you to see the superstars of World Wrestling Entertainment. WWE Raw, October 18th at the Golden One Center. Caller number 3 right now at 916-349-1320. We'll get you all set up with those tickets again, 916-349-1320.
Danny in San Francisco, if you're listening, which he's probably not.
You might have missed you missed the beginning of the call today. Like when he calls me first, we call you. He's not Danny in San Francisco today, believe it or not.
Oh.
He's Danny in Los Angeles.
Oh,
I don't know. He claimed he was down there to see Hamilton, but I couldn't like.
He's at a Dodgers watch party. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying. I'm just saying I found the timing suspicious. That's all I'm saying. I found the entire story suspicious. Like, because wasn't Hamilton just here in Sacramento?
Yeah,
you couldn't get your tickets. You come see your boys
in LA.
But you got him in LA, huh? Okay, Danny said just timing is interesting. That's all I'm saying.
Once again, but whose side is he on?
Yeah, but whose side is he on?
What Giants fan goes to LA anyway?
I don't know. Not a good one. Certainly not one anyone likes. I know that's for sure. Certainly don't go to games down there. Josh Weinfuss covers the Cardinals for ESPN. He's going to join us at the bottom of this hour. Man, busy day ahead. All of a sudden, they got busy out of nowhere. Josh is going to join us at the bottom of the hour. Quinton Mayo is going to join us at the top of the next hour. Kyle Madson's going to join us from the broom closet at 95.7 at 2:17. I don't know if we're going to get Butcher Boy in the parking lot.
We're working on Butcher Boy 3. We're working on it.
Just get Butch on whenever he can hit connect. Butcher Boy has the most obnoxious email address in history. I'll just send it to him. If he can click on it, he can click on it. He'll be see a real Giants fan would be at Oracle. And that's where Butcher Boy is. We'll send that out to him. And then James Ham, late addition to the show at practice today for the Sacramento Kings. He's going to join us at 3:20. Of course, James is normally with us on Wednesdays. We had to postpone a couple of days. So some great Kings talk coming your way to wrap up the week at 3:20.
Yeah. What I was gonna say to Danny, San Francisco, we talked about the Raw tickets. Congratulations if somebody won. We need to talk to somebody. Come on, man. Come on. I'm just saying, they in the 916. Oh, we need to talk to somebody, and we need to get on that now.
Oh, you mean to talk to a WWE superstar about the event? Oh, yeah. Well, we had, yeah, we do. We do. I'll just be honest though. I've done this a long time. I'll put some parameters on it. Get us Big E. Get us Kofi. You'll give us get us. I might cut it off there. Like I don't want unless y'all want to give me unless you want to give me right.
Not interested.
Y'all want to give us Bianca? We'll talk to Bianca.
Yeah.
I don't want to talk to Drew McIntyre. Like Drew came out with a sword the other night, like a real freaking sword. Like what are you gonna do with that?
Not interested in Sheamus.
Not either. Dude, one time, Miz is a great talker.
Yeah.
It had the Miz on. Miz was phenomenal. They come back. They sent us a list like, hey, they sent us a list of guys, and I'm like, can we just talk to the Miz? Like, the Miz was great with us. Like, we had fun talking about the brand. And they're like, yeah, sure, we'll get the Miz on for you. So we get the Miz on, and he's like, he's not into it at all. Like, he's just like bored out of it. And I'm thinking, okay, it's my job to make this good, and I'm failing. So I'm gonna let the interview in, and it's my fault that this stunk.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know this until we got to the event and watched the show for 3 hours and left. He wasn't here. We're talking about, hey, we'll see you in Sacramento, all this other stuff. He's like, yeah, okay, we'll talk to you later. He wasn't even here. And it's like, oh, come on, dude. So I'd love to talk to somebody from WWE. I just want to put a couple of parameters on it. Like, is Charlotte still on Raw? I talk to Charlotte.
Yeah, I talk to Charlotte for sure.
Be a fun
I love the Queen.
Yeah, got to. But yeah, we'll play some calls, see if we can get someone on. We did have that thing set up with Kofi. We were pretty hyped for that. And then Rug yanked out.
Yank.
Which you just kind of got to know when you book these big E40 Rug yanked out. It happens. It's just part of the game, man. We just have the rug yanked out from underneath us in a very public fashion.
That's all it is, man. You know, we're not afraid to put ourselves out there.
Trust me, if we're gonna fall on our face, we're gonna fall on our face in front of you. We're not gonna be those people who like stumble down the stairs and try to catch them. We're just gonna face plant and go sliding down the escalator. That's gonna be us.
That's all we do, man. We good.
That's going to be us, man. So busy day ahead. It's a 49ers Friday brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world. Any concerns? I laid out a couple of concerns that I have with this San Francisco 49ers team that don't necessarily pertain to the quarterback position. By the way, Kyle Shanahan is supposed to talk after practice wraps up. We were told practice is wrapping up right around now. He should be speaking any minute. Any concerns outside the quarterback position headed into this game against Arizona?
You mentioned it. You talked about the running game. You know, I got concerns. I want to see that get going. I don't expect George Kittle to play. So, you know, that's an issue. You know, keeping him healthy for not only this week or after the bye, but for a whole season. That's going to be an issue. I want to see another wide receiver step up. I like what Mohamed Sanu brings to the table. He's a veteran. He knows what to do. But at the same time, I don't want him getting as many looks as he's gotten. Brandon Ayuk.
You don't want him being the number one target out there.
No, I absolutely don't. I want to see more Brandon Ayuk. I want to see more Trent Sherfield, and I want to see Mohamed Sanu still, but Sanu still, but it seems like he's like the go-to. So, that's the issue. I want to see them also find a way. And these things are random. It's interesting to say this, and you know, there's not a whole lot of skill to it, I don't think. But I need to see some turnovers from the defense.
Yeah, that's a problem.
We saw one of the comments that you just put up. The guy said the Niners defense has been terrible. I mean, I vehemently disagree. I don't think the Niners defense has been terrible at all season long. They've actually been pretty good, but they haven't been able to create turnovers. And the last two games, they lost a turnover battle 2-0. The one before that, I don't think there was any turnovers in Philadelphia. And the only turnover they've had all year was a pick six by Dre Greenlaw. So I need them to be some playmakers out there, man, and try to change some momentum, get the offense some short fields, maybe score themselves. I'd like to see that from the Niners defense this week.
Okay. 916-349-1320. Let's get to our man Ramsey here. Ramsey, what's going on, baby?
Not too much. Just trying to slide in before everybody gets on the line, and there might not be time to slide in
Smart.
this afternoon.
Smart. Understanding the structure of the show. I see you.
Yeah, I mean, first thing, you know, I want to see the Giants. I think it's going 5. It ain't going to be easy, but I think it's going 5.
Ramsey, you think the Giants are going to win?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I think so too. I think so too.
But I feel a long series.
Yeah, and Dodger fans got mad at me because they're like, this is ignorant that you would say something like this. I don't think the Dodgers fans or the Dodgers organization, the players, respect what the Giants have done this year. I think they feel like the carriage is going to turn into a pumpkin and they're just going to walk all over them. I don't have that outlook for the Dodgers. I respect what they got, and I think this is going to be a tough series.
Yeah, I may go to game 2 tomorrow night, depending on what I got going on.
Ooh,
okay.
Ooh.
I got family stuff I got to take care of with my mom, so I got to do that first.
Ooh, yeah, I feel you.
But yeah, I might go to game 2. I like you already know I like Deontay Wilder.
Yes, sir. Bomb squad.
The other thing I want to talk about. I don't know if either one of you saw the comments that I wrote in the chat starting the day. Fans are still crazy. As you know, I work for the Earthquakes, and last night they had one of their exhibition or friendly matches against a Mexican team, Cruz Azul.
Uh-oh.
The players got in a fight on the field. They had their own little stuff on the field, and while that was going on, one of the Cruz Azul fans jumped over the railing, jumped onto the field, and sucker punched one of the Earthquakes.
Oh my goodness!
Wow. Okay.
Jesus.
You don't.
We thought Russell Westbrook and some of the stuff in the NBA was bad. That's nothing compared to what I saw last night.
You don't work in security for the Earthquakes, do you? Because
no, I don't.
Yeah, because you be headed to a meeting this morning, Ramsey. We appreciate you, man. Take care of business this weekend. We'll see you back here on Monday for sure, man. We appreciate you. You want to get on the phone lines, you most definitely can. 916-349-1320. But as Ramsey just said there, business is about to pick up. Josh Weinfuss covers the Cardinals for ESPN. He's going to be with us in about 17 minutes or so. Quinton Mayo, top of the hour. Kyle Madson coming up an hour from now. James Ham in the 3 o'clock hour. Who knows what else is going to happen? Twitch, YouTube, Odyssey. Dealing with KC here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
And you know what? Just like that, I did not hit the McQueen, so I'm going to hit it when we come back.
I got you. That's all right. That's all right. I got you. Okay. Is that right? Is that right? Or am I just damn. I'm letting them fly. Y'all hit the thumbs up, please. Pretty please. Let's get to 100 for the I don't know, however many straight. Oh, look at what number we're on. Hey, look who's watching. Appreciate you for tuning in. But yeah, hit those thumbs up, man. Let's get to triple digits one more time. Shout out to the people who are just braving it out on Twitch, braving the elements over on Twitch. Braving the elements over there. Yeah, Brother Ham, indeed. I get these alerts.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say I get these alerts for Roots of Fight when they drop something, and they drop like a Negro League, an updated version of their Negro League collection today. And I keep looking for the Brother Babe hoodie. It's like, y'all, you guys are absolute, because they already have they have Babe Ruth. They already have Babe Ruth merchandise somewhere on their site. But I'm like, come on, man, let's just drop the Negro League collection with Brother Babe.
Go ahead and put him in that cross colors gear,
please.
Go ahead and do it.
Oh man!
But you know what, Damien, in chat, I'm a little sick. Because I had, and it's still on the table if I want it, but I don't think I'll be able to take it. I got opportunities to go to either one of these two games, and it's just not going to be able to happen. Damn, I'm sick.
Is that because of your work with?
Well, today,
Grove?
Yeah, a little bit. Today, it just wouldn't happen with the show.
Yeah.
Game starts at 6:45, I think, or 6:30, and then tomorrow, damn, I got to help my mom, but I want to see the fight, man. So, if I go to the game,
you want to roll at 3 and go to the game, go on.
No.
I got you.
We're too busy today, man. There's too much to talk about.
Hey,
today,
it's
man.
out there. If you want to go, cut it 3. Me and Ham will take it the rest of the way.
It's too busy today, man.
Okay.
I got to be. Plus, I still got to do stuff, on over a Churro No Growth spot. So
okay.
Damn. Giants, Dodgers.
CJ wants to know if you need a stand-in.
Who plays Boston? You talking about in the show? In the show, MLB the show, because it ain't happening in real life. Tampa Bay about to. If it happens, though, we definitely will be there, though. Jesse, 100%. Yeah. Yeah. I see you, Cheryl. I see you.
Why it's so quiet? It's gotten quiet. What are we doing here? Oh, things to watch for. What to watch for?
Oh. I'm back. Check. The Niners, Giants on a Friday. It's the Dodgers, but we don't play that. We just smack them up with their little blue hats on. It don't matter if they backs on. What? Those bars were brought to you by a 49ers Friday here on D-Law and KC. Brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin. The smoothest gin in the world. Handcrafted in Brazil. Bars.
Black Bottles 916 called. He just said they're pulling the McQueen and the Violet Fog endorsement after that. Like, sorry guys, your Black Bottle status is over. Black Bottle status is dead. KC is repping the White Lux bottle only moving forward. Which, for my money, that's the best champagne. But that's just me.
I still love the black and the rosé. The black and the pink bottle.
Yeah, I think a lot of people I know agree with you because there ain't a black bottle left in my house outside the ones that you can see behind me. A couple of things to talk about before we talk to Josh and dive back into the 49ers and the Cardinals coming up this weekend. We always talk about storylines, headed into the weekend storylines we like to follow. A couple of ones I'm excited about. The WNBA finals start on Sunday. We're going to find out who's going to be playing the Chicago Sky tonight. Unfortunately, the Phoenix Mercury announced what I think a lot of us who were watching at the game kind of knew was inevitable. Kia Nurse tore her ACL, so that's a loss for Phoenix right there. But it's going to be Phoenix and Las Vegas tonight, with the winner going on to take on Chicago in the WNBA Finals. So that's happening tonight and Sunday. And you know, we look at other games to watch for. Of course, I'm excited for the 49ers and Cardinals. Of course, I'm excited for the start of the Giants and Dodgers. But, you know, I'm going to step out and let those be your storylines if you want to cover them. I'm interested in a couple of storylines within one game. The Bears and the Raiders. I'm interested in the Bears and the Raiders for multiple reasons. Because with the Raiders, I'm gonna be looking at you funny if you drop one to the Bears.
Yeah,
and by looking at you funny, I mean looking at you like, I knew it. This is why I didn't do it. This is why I didn't jump all the way in. I knew it. I just put my toe in the water. That was me. I was just I just put my foot. I'm fine standing here on the step with my shoes off. That's it. Just got my feet on the top step with the Raiders. Didn't want to dive in. But if Justin Fields goes out there and gets him some of the silver and black, and Chicago gets a win, I won't do it for Chicago because I won't do it for Matt Nagy. But for Justin Fields, I might go over to the deep end of the pool and jump in.
Wow.
I already like Justin Fields a lot, as anyone who's listened to this show, at least since the NFL draft, is well aware of. I like Justin Fields a lot. He's in the long line of rookie quarterbacks they've got to get out there, get some reps, and got to get better.
Yeah.
But this, I think, it's a big moment for him. He's the starter moving forward, according to Matt Nagy and the Chicago Bears. If he can go out there and get a win, like I haven't decided. I'm supposed to have a take. It's a sports talk show. You're supposed to have a strong opinion. I haven't been able to decide how I feel about the Derek Carr thing, the Derek Carr Bosa thing, where Bosa said he was shook, and Derek Carr was like, that made me really angry. Like, oh, I don't know how I feel about that. Like I know this isn't Derek Carr. He would never say such a thing. I would have appreciated, dude, F him. Like, you kidding me? Good defense we win against. Screw him. Forget. Like, give me a break.
Yeah.
But part of me wonders, was he? Like, was Derek Carr like a little shaky shake?
It feels like that might be the case.
I like Derek Carr too, man. I do. Legitimately, I like Derek Carr. I like Derek Carr a whole lot more than I like John Gruden right now.
Well,
I like Derek Carr, but I wondered, was there some legitimacy to that statement from Joey Bosa?
Man, that's tough. And it was the response. There was a response that is just like, sounds like somebody that was scared.
Well, yeah, and I don't know what honest to God, I don't know what he's supposed to say in that situation. Like he was, and I think that's what I would have.
Yeah,
that's what I would
hurt my feelings. What did he say?
Well, no, he didn't say that. He said it pissed him off. He said, "Yeah, I heard it."
Mad.
He said, "Yeah, I doubt that he used the term "piss me off" because that feels pretty edgy for Derek Carr." He really ruffled my feathers. That feels like a Derek Carr.
Is Derek Carr the AFC version of Russell Wilson?
Sure. Yeah. That's good. That's a good comp.
Like, shut the hell up.
That's
like Derek. Maybe it's terrible that we feel this way. That he's just always saying the right thing, being nice.
There's nothing wrong with that.
We're like, shut up. Shut up.
Yes, the problem, that's facts. The problem isn't us, or the problem isn't Derek Carr. The problem is us. That's 100% the problem. Kyle Shanahan has made it official. Trey Lance will start against the Arizona Cardinals on Sunday.
Trey era begins.
That's tough. Trey era.
I'm glad to slow down. Yeah. Trey era begins. Let's go. Let's see what the young boy got. Like
the Trey Lance era has begun. Also, George Kittle is doubtful, and I think you noted that earlier. You don't expect George Kittle to play. No,
I don't think we'll see George Kittle out there. But a lot of people were like, oh, you don't want him to make this start against the Cardinals or 4-0. That defense is crazy or whatever the case may be. I am the type of guy that believes in throw him in the water, see what he's got. I want to see. It's not even so much about winning the game. I want to see what you got in a competitive nature type of way. Are you going to back down? Are you going to be scared of the moment? Because I can handle, if I'm Kyle Shanahan or even Kenny Caraway, 49ers fan, I can handle you losing the game if you show a certain level of fight, a certain level of competitive nature, and not backing down from an Arizona Cardinals team. I can handle an actual loss, like you lose the game, if you show me something. If you're afraid to go up into that moment, that says more to me than if you win or lose. So, yeah, I'm ready for it, man. I want throw him out there. Let's see what he's got. But on your Raiders point, it's a must win for the Raiders. It's a must win. You got to beat the Bears. I don't think the Bears are very good.
No, they're probably not. It doesn't feel like they are. I think they can be better than they've been, which really is not much of a take at all, given that they've been pretty bad. But they are 2-2. They're not a disaster. You know what I mean? Like they're not what Detroit is. They're not what Jacksonville is.
They're not powerless.
No, right. They're not. Again, I think the bigger issue, you talk about a must win for the Raiders. I think a bigger issue for the Raiders is if they lose, it's like we talk about this a lot with Kings fans, pessimistic fans and optimistic fans. The pessimistic Raider fans, who this team's sitting at 3-0, they're our man in the bleachers of Major League. I told you, we stink. I knew it. Like that, and I get it. Like when they were 3-0, even when we put the Raiders in the power rankings, Raider fans were like, "Please don't." We've seen this movie before. The end is not very dramatic. We've seen it. We've seen it 2 years in a row. Yeah. We don't want to see it anymore. Wow. And they've been, and I don't know how. And that's the sad part about this game for Las Vegas. I don't know how much a win against the Bears does anything.
No, it's not going to do much of anything.
It's not like, there they are.
Yeah, like, as far as winning, you don't win against the Bears and say, "Oh, we've arrived."
Right.
Like, that's not what this does. But a loss against the Bears, that would be disastrous, in my opinion.
So. One more storyline to watch. It's not a sexy game, but anytime Lamar Jackson is in prime time, I'm locked in.
Hell yeah.
So as far as I'm concerned, it's the Baltimore Ravens and Lamar Jackson on Monday Night Football. The end. Nothing else needs to be said. And given the fact they'll be on the second screen because the Kings are playing that night, I'm good with it.
Yeah.
I'm good with it. I'm locked into Lamar. Those are my three storylines.
I don't know if I'll be that game should be done figuratively.
Theoretically, it should be done. Yeah.
By the time the Kings start. I shouldn't have to worry about that game.
Yeah.
So the biggest thing for me, obviously, Giants Dodgers. Let's not bury the lead. It's Giants Dodgers. That's monumental. 2 games this weekend. It's going to be crazy. But as you already know, and you've heard me talk about it, we've taken a couple calls on them. Danny in LA says boxing is dead. I don't know. We've taken a couple calls on it. Wilder, Fury, 3. Saturday night it's the biggest story in boxing. It's the top 3 fight that could be made in boxing.
That's exactly what I was going to ask you. What are the other 2? Is this you said it's top 3? Is this the biggest one? Because it's the only one I would know. I don't know like what the other fights could be, but I know who both of these guys are.
To be completely honest, it probably is. It's the top 3 in my opinion are Gervonta versus Ryan Garcia's.
No idea.
This one, Wilder Fury, and Errol Spence versus Terrence Crawford.
Yeah,
those are probably the 3.
Terrence Crawford, you mentioned a lot. That's why I know that name. But I think Wilder and Fury are names that. And is it because is this the only one that's a heavyweight?
Yes.
I think there's still that allure of the heavyweight, heavyweight fight.
Heavyweight champion of the world. Plus, you got somebody like Deontay Wilder who concusses people routinely throughout his career. So this is where, like,
we're not celebrating that, by the way.
Well, in boxing, that's just what you do. You knock them out for 10 seconds. So
concuss them.
With Tyson Fury and Anthony Joshua, who a lot of people are like, "Oh, this will be the biggest fight." That's the biggest fight for boxing fans. That's a boring fight. That's 2 guys that aren't entertaining to watch. Deontay Wilder, he's not a great boxer, but at any point in time, he can lay you out. And that's why it has people on the edge of their seats at all time. Notice, and this is no shade, Jesse, tell me if you disagree.
Here comes
I did not mention any fight with Canelo right now. I don't think right now, today, Canelo can be involved in one of the top 3 biggest fights in boxing. Jesse, am I right or wrong?
Jesse might be getting Josh on the line, so you have to give him a pass here.
But
yeah, he's going to snap at you during the commercial break. Like, I can assure you of that. He is going to go hard at you because that is his guy. But yeah, there's no denying that's a big. I don't know if that's are our casual fans ordering it? Is it that big?
I think it is, and this is one of those fights that has one of the things that you could tell if it has appeals with the casuals. It's being played at bars. It's going to be played in movie theaters, so they typically only do that.
Closed circuit.
When they can make that money back. So.
Okay. All right. There you go. Well, let's shift gears back to the game this weekend with the Arizona Cardinals and the San Francisco 49ers as we bring in Josh Weinfuss. He covers the Cardinals for ESPN. Josh, we appreciate you for being with us. Kyle Shanahan made it official a couple of minutes ago. Trey Lance will be starting for the San Francisco 49ers. Be honest, Josh, you guys knew this all along, didn't you?
Not necessarily. I mean, I think as long as there was an outside chance that Garoppolo was going to play, the Cardinals prepared like he was going to be the starter. But here's the thing. They face Kyler Murray every day in practice. The Cardinals like to go, ones-on-ones, about 5 plays of practice. So they're used to playing a quarterback who's mobile, who has a good arm, who can throw on the run, who can drop back, do all those things. So they're ready for Trey Lance. I mean, they didn't need to spend more time, I guess is what I'm trying to say, in practice getting ready for a second quarterback because of what they face with Murray every day.
Right. Josh, this Cardinals team, I don't want to say I thought they're surprising me or anything. I thought they were a good team. Leaving last year, I thought they were a good team. I thought they were about a year or two away. But I'm not surprised that they're good or even that they're undefeated. But the numbers that they're putting up on the offensive end, I mean, they're a juggernaut right now. And to go into places like Tennessee, to go into places like SoFi Stadium in LA and put the type of numbers that they put on the board. What are you seeing from Cliff Kingsbury and Kyler Murray this year that has them cooking so much on the offensive end?
So it's not so much Kingsbury, it's more Kyler Murray, right? He has taken such a jump from years 1 and 2, especially year 2, obviously, to year 3. He has a better understanding of NFL defenses, which is huge. He sees what they're trying to do to him. He's not getting confused with exotic looks anymore. But I think the biggest thing for him is he's able now to check in and out of run packages, of protections, of other pass plays. So if he doesn't like what the play is in relation to the coverage he's getting, he can then change that at the line. And I think that that's really helped him kind of take that next step because now he doesn't have to just stick with what's being called and then run for his life if that play breaks down. He sees what's happening. He can adjust accordingly. And he would rather stay in the pocket. He knows he can run if he needs to. But, and I wrote about this week. He would love to stay in the pocket and just throw the ball all over the field. A lot of people don't realize what a great arm and what great touch he has. So, I mean, he likes to take advantage of that. So I think it's more him for the reason why the Cardinals are, averaging 35 points a game and putting up 400 yards. But, I mean, this offense, the other part of that is this offense finally has all the tools it needs, right? It doesn't just have one star receiver or one good receiver. It has DeAndre Hopkins as your 1, AJ Green as your 2, Christian Kirk is your 3, Rondale Moore is your 4. I mean, those are 4 really good receivers, and then a backfield tandem of obviously Chase Edmonds and James Conner, who can make things happen out of the backfield in the passing game and short yard situations. So they seem to have the whole package this year.
Another thing, Josh, that I noticed when you mentioned Kyler Murray is it seems like he's got his and I don't mean this as disrespect, to his previous years, but his grown man legs under him. He's got his grown man voice. And I say that because I was watching the game against the Rams the other day, and they were in the red zone, and there was a false start, and Kyler Murray laid in, it seemed, for a quick second into the offensive lineman. Like, what are you doing? Get yourself together. We can't have that. Like a leader. You know what I mean? Like a leader, not like a somebody that's blaming somebody, but like, hey, if you're going to be out here in this offense, have your stuff together. And I loved it. And that's something that I feel I didn't see from Kyler in his first 2 years of the season. First 2 years of his career, understandably, because he was a young guy.
Totally. And, what we saw out of him those first 2 years, like he would yell at players, but he would have such body language where he would throw his head back or he would throw his arms down. Like he would almost pout on the field. And, Cliff Kingsbury has spent a lot of time showing him game film of Tom Brady and Aaron Rodgers and Russell Wilson from the standpoint of that, he wants Kyler to see how they handle themselves, where nothing bothers them, or at least you can't tell that anything bothers them, and they take care of it in an adult fashion, right? And they're leaders in that sense, where they can go to a guy, complain to them, yell at them, whatever you want to call it, without kind of showing that they're frustrated at the same time. So he's taken a huge step in that. He's also really embraced the role as the face of the franchise. Cliff Kingsbury said this is his team. He owns it. And I think Kyler's really started to run with that. Where I saw him take, where I saw all this maturity kind of start to develop is, and obviously this is, closer to what I do, but, a couple weeks ago, he said, he told the media, he's like, I understand what you guys are doing, that you guys have jobs to do. And that one comment, those few sentences said so much.
No.
He just, you can tell he was annoyed by questions.
Well, apparently Josh is annoyed by us. We've lost Josh. We've lost Josh in the desert. Oh, well. Actually, he's not even in the – is he in Santa Clara? He might be in Santa Clara.
He should be there. Yeah, they're in Arizona. On the road this week.
If Jesse, if you want to try to get him back, we have a couple more minutes. A couple of things we'd like to talk to him about. If not, no problem. But I love that the last thing he said was, they're just sick of gone. Oh,
as Rob W would say, he's had enough of this.
Yes, he's had. I didn't sign up for this. I'm not signing up for this. I do not want to talk to you.
I like what he had to say about Kyler, though. I see some growth in Kyler this year, not only in his play, in his understanding of the game, but just him as a leader. That's what's really stuck out to me.
I mean, and that's what you would hope, right? Like that's what you would hope when you take a quarterback in the first round. That's what every one of these quarterbacks, or every one of these teams who took a quarterback this year, they're going to hope they continue to see growth. Both, and I think that you pointed out the most important part. Obviously, you want a player to get better. Kyler was really good his rookie year.
Mm-hmm.
You want him to emerge as the leader. It's really difficult to tell a group of men, many of which who have been in the league a long time, hey, this rookie quarterback is your leader.
Mm.
You see, Kyler Murray has earned that over the course of the last couple of years, and we're happy to bring in Josh back. Josh, thanks for coming back here for a few minutes. We were talking about the Raiders a few minutes ago and how their season kind of fell apart late. The same thing sort of happened with Arizona last year. Is that ever brought up in conversation? Are guys aware of, they got this 4-0 start and how things finished last year?
Only all the time.
Oh, okay.
It's a pretty constant topic of conversation. Especially during the offseason, it was brought up all the time. And Kyler Murray, was a very vocal, was very vocal about how all the mistakes last year, all the little things cost them. And he didn't want, he essentially said that good franchises don't do
this. You're right.
And, we see them start to clean that up, whether it's penalties, whether it's.
All right, Josh is with us. That's fine. That's fine. Hey, tell Josh. Tell Josh I love how this is all coming on the heels of us having a conversation about taking our L's very publicly. Well, there's another one. D'Lo and KC going stumbling down the escalator. Jesse, tell Josh we appreciate him. We appreciate his time.
Oh,
hey, Kenny,
man.
if you want to, you can run that back on Sunday for game day with Kenny Caraway.
I think I will. The whole thing.
I do love that. Oh dear. Okay. Oh dear. I got a push notification. I'm going to read that during the commercial break before reading what it says. Of course, everybody looks in their phone. They got the exact same push notification that we just did.
Well, I don't have any push notifications.
That explains a lot. That explains a ton.
I don't have anybody on a push notification.
That explains why you have gotten fooled on multiple draft days in trade deadlines over the course of the last 13, 14 months or so. I love that how do you feel that the Cardinals bring that failure up regularly in the locker room? Josh is like, yeah, no, it only comes up all of the time.
Yeah, no, it should. You know what I mean? It should. That's something that should motivate them. It should motivate them to keep their foot on the gas. And one of the things I wanted to ask Josh, and we didn't get a chance to, but
good luck with that.
I'll ask you is, do you think there's a sense of Arizona overlooking the 49ers this week? Last week, when the 49ers were playing the Seahawks, what did I say about the Seahawks? I said, don't look at that record. This is going to be a game where they're going to scrap. They're going to feel like their season is on the line, and you're going to get the best Seattle Seahawks team that you could possibly get this week. To be completely fair, they were ripe and ready to get blown out in that first half. They were ready. The Niners didn't take advantage. And the Seahawks said, hell, if you're going to leave us here, we might as well try and win this game. But the Niners could have some of that same capability that I thought the Seahawks would have coming into that game, as far as they're going to be locked in. They're going to be laser focused. Everybody's counting them out. Everybody's saying they're going to get blown out in Arizona, and they don't have much of a chance. Now they got a rookie quarterback. maybe that dials in the focus even more for the 49ers, and the Cardinals may not be looking at it that way. They could be looking at it as, oh, we got a rookie quarterback to go up against now. And we're used to it because we got Kyler, so we know how to defend this. We don't have to worry about that too much. Be on guard. Rams, people feel the Rams did that last week after beating Tampa Bay and then going up against Arizona.
But is that looking past Arizona or more like the proverbial letdown game rather than like we come up with pet names for all of these games, right? You got the letdown game, which in the scenario you just described, the game after the Tampa Bay Buccaneers game, right? But then you got the trap game, which is, I think, what you're explaining here, and that you're looking past it and looking on to something else. I think in the NFL, I think you very rarely look past teams, and I don't think you look past teams in your division.
Mm-hmm.
I could be wrong.
It seems like the Rams did, though.
Maybe, or maybe Arizona's good.
Maybe Arizona's good. Maybe the Rams aren't as good as we thought or whatever. Understandably. But I know that was the talk around the streets of LA, I should say, at least, is they were feeling themselves because of the Tampa Bay.
Well, that's a nice little excuse to make after you get your ass kicked by the Cardinals. That's fine. The people in LA can run around and talk about this if you want to. That's fine. It's convenient. It works. And now you could say, see, look, we beat the Seahawks this week. We were just looking past the Cardinals. We're going to be focused now. We're going to be ready to go. No, that's an excuse. Stop making excuses.
I think that it's only human nature to have a little bit of a okay. All right. It's human nature to have a little bit of a letdown after a game that you were gearing up for so much the week before. So that could come into play a little bit on Sunday. Okay. And I think a lot of people are kind of underestimating the 49ers. They're treating them as if they're scrubs. They're 2-2.
Nobody's treating them like they're scrubs.
All right.
You got your ears glued to the streets of Glendale too?
I got my ears to the streets of the world.
Oh, yes, you do. Yes, you do.
I'm just saying they treat them like they're scrubs. They're not playing good football right now by any means.
They're not.
But they've got talent on that roster and in the coaching room that can turn a game around at any point.
Robert Saleh's in New York.
Oh my gosh, people love Robert Saleh.
We'll step out.
They're not the same because Robert Saleh's not there anymore.
You said there was talent in the coaching room. I was just reminding you, the talent left. We'll come back. Kenny's, get that drop ready. Kenny's money picks for the weekend. Let's go. Kenny's going to tell us. I wanted it right now.
I got you, man. You know that.
Plus, Quinton Mayo of BetMGM tonight. That's all next here. It's a 49ers Friday brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. Next on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
I get it.
I'll run New York. The NFL has been examining more than 650,000 emails, including the ones sent by the Las Vegas Raiders coach as part of a recent investigation.
What?
Oh, I don't have. Oh, I got to look at the Wall Street Journal from my iPad. Gosh dang it, man. So what exactly did John Gruden say about DeMaurice Smith?
Oh, yeah. I heard I didn't hear about this, but I heard he was possibly on his way out.
Oh. DeMaurice Smith has lips the size of Michelin tires.
Put all your money. Put all your money on the Bears this week. All of it. Ooh. That's just what we're doing all over the place today, huh? That's what we're doing.
They always show who they are. Give them long enough. They'll show you who they are. Give them long enough.
Possess somebody to say something like that. Well, I know what, but Come on, man. It's going to be interesting.
They're not going to fire him. They're not going to fire him. Mark doesn't have the balls to fire him.
Hey, man, this season is possibly over for the Raiders. I think all of a sudden, did I get my picks in? Changing my pick. That's a win for the Bears.
Yeah, we're gonna do. Oh, okay.
Okay. It's Giants Rodgers. He can holler at me.
I can never find.
I think I know who Mitch is, by the way.
Your boy's damn email. Oh, that's because it's. Nope, that's not it either. Doesn't it? Oh. There is the longest email on the planet. We got to figure out. I got to figure out a way to get Dave Garcia Designs logo on the screen. Like we got it everywhere. We got to figure out. I got to figure out something that we could do with that logo to put it like on the screen with us.
Jesse, if he's not able to get to that, we'll just call him. If he's not able to get to the link, but your boy 3, he moved it to 3.
Where?
Yeah, I got you.
Where? Oh, there is that obnoxiously long email. I'll send him the link just in case. Wait, did he say that really? You got are you kidding or did he really say that? I saw he had he said he's sorry. Dude, you're not sorry. You're sorry that it got out.
Can't be saying nothing like that.
Odyssey, Twitch, YouTube. You can watch the show. You can listen to the show. We just appreciate you for being a part of the show. We appreciate you for being with us. Quinton Mayo of BetMGM tonight going to join us at the top of the 2 o'clock hour. Kyle Madson going to join us from the Broom Closet in San Francisco, California, coming up at about 2:17. Butcher Boy, we might join us. Who knows? It's been a hell. It's been one. Who knows? Butcher Boy, Joe Shasky of the Morning Roast at 95.7 The Game. He might be with us at 3. We know James Ham's going to be with us at 3:20. So we're going to wrap up this Friday with some Kings talk, man. So that's going to be a lot of fun here. But go ahead, open up your bet QR. Get out your wallet, get out your credit card, whatever it is. Kenny's on a. Can this be defined as a hot streak? Oh, wait, hold on. We got to get Mitch first.
Oh yeah,
we got to get our man Mitch because I know Mitch is hyped for tonight. 916-349-1320. Mitch, better have my money. What's happening?
Mitch, what's up, man? You ready for this, man?
I'm ready, but first, before we get to tonight's game and the downslide of the Seattle Mariners of the third decade in this century, until remember the Mariners won 116 and they lost to the Yankees, kind of choke.
I remember that. I remember a team winning 106 games, trying to buy another World Series and wasn't even able to win a division. I remember that.
Well, we'll see. We'll see about that. I think the chances the Giants are going to start a streak, and it's not a good streak. Oh. And on last night's game, Rams trying, using their weapons. But I got to say something. I don't know why they changed these uniforms, especially the Rams. The Seahawks look like they were in pajamas. I like lime, but not, top and bottom. But the Rams have no business changing uniforms before last year.
Well, look here, Mitch. Yes, the Seahawks uniforms are garbage. This is not 2009. I don't know why they changed uniforms either, but damn it, Mitch, I'm not here to talk to you about the Rams and the Seahawks. It's Giants, Dodgers, and you want to talk about choking. The Dodgers have made a damn career of choking when having expectations. The first time the Giants choke, that'll be the first time you see that. Dodgers, it was a damn season. It was as routine as Christmas and Thanksgiving. Dodgers choke season. You knew what it was. Tell me this. How are you going to win the division 8 years in a row and come away with a half championship? Come on, man. Talk to me about choking.
I'm just letting you rock. That's all. Just letting you get it off your chest.
These people sound crazy. And then
you weren't finished.
And then you got people out here that talk about Giants fans, they didn't come out until 2010. Then all of a sudden, Giants fans popping up all over the place. Y'all sound stupid. The Giants have been selling out that ballpark since the day it was opened. Number one, y'all sound stupid because you're just wrong. Number two, I guess they were putting up A's attendance numbers when Barry Bonds was going for 73 home runs and they were going to the World Series and they were winning division titles. What are you talking about? Maybe you're the one that hasn't watched baseball before 2010. What are y'all talking about? Giants have been good and competitive since 97, bro. They've had like 5 losing seasons since 97. What you mean they ain't been doing nothing since then? Come on, man. What are these people talking about out here? Dodgers fans don't know what they talking about. Damian left me on the stream, but it's okay.
I didn't want anybody who was watching to be confused and think you was talking to me. So I thought I'd just show myself out, let my man say his piece. Let my man say his piece. And
hey, look, man, I was in the belly of the beast. Let me tell you something about Dodger fans, man, because the Giants fans weren't around before 2010. I'm gonna tell you something about that. I was working in a gym in 2000. Had to be 2011, probably 2011, maybe 2009. I don't know. Either way, I'm working in a gym. The Dodgers are in the playoffs in the ALDS against the St. Louis Cardinals. Man comes up to me. I got the Dodgers game on because, I'm trying to watch the Major League Baseball playoffs. That's what you do. When you like the sport, at the very least, that's what you do. You watch it. The guy comes up to me. He's like, hey, man, can you change it to the Lakers preseason game? All right, I'll do that for you, bro. Lakers preseason. They wasn't worried about the Dodgers 10 years ago in the playoffs. And they want to tell me about bandwagon. Man, please, man, ain't nobody trying to hear that. Ain't nobody trying to hear that. Dodgers been bandwagon.
All right. Well, on a lighter note, Kenny has his picks for the weekend. What do you got for us, man?
Well,
you're on a little bit of a hot streak, right? 2-1 last week?
I wouldn't even call it a hot streak, Damian.
Oh, okay. All right, my bad.
Friday.
Okay.
It's just another Friday. That's what I do. I didn't get into this, the pick 'em and give you guys the ability to know how to, play on these games if you want to. I didn't get into it to be a loser. I got into it. I got into it fully confident that I was going to come out of this season over 500. And right now, through what is this? This is going to be week 6 of college football. Yep. I'm at 9-7.
Okay,
it's good. Still looking to do better.
Playoffs. Yep.
But I'm where the Kings want to be. I'm where the Kings expect to be this year. I'm around and slightly above 500. So, got 3 games for you this week.
Okay.
All right. This week they got some good games just in general, right? Some more good college football games. That's another thing. I talked about how stacked the weekend was. I didn't even talk about college football.
Yeah,
they got some good things going on.
Yeah, some good ones.
But the one I'm going to go with for my number 3 game in the confidence pool, big one in the Big Ten, big one in college football in general. Number 4 Penn State Going to Ames, Iowa. Once again, think that's Iowa State. Don't fact check that for me. I'm just going to say going to Iowa. Number 4, Penn State going to number 3, Iowa. Currently, this is as close as you can get to a pick 'em. It's -1, -1. Iowa. Iowa's a favorite. I'm going with the underdog on this one, a slight underdog in Penn State. I think they go into Iowa, they take care of business. They're a 1-point underdog. I'm going to take that. Number 2, the Red River.
You got it. You got it.
River.
There it is.
I was getting confused because I was stopping myself because they don't say shootout anymore, do they?
I think they say rivalry.
Yeah, that's what
Which
happened.
is way difficult. It's way more difficult.
Oklahoma versus
There
Texas.
it is. The Red River rivalry.
Oklahoma at Texas. Number 6, Oklahoma playing Texas, neutral site. They're at the Cotton Bowl. Oklahoma is a -3 favorite against Texas. Give me Rattler in those points, man. I'm taking Oklahoma in that one. And number 1 in my confidence poll. This one, it may be a little dicey, but I don't think so. Boise State going to BYU. Number 10 BYU on the nation. Sneaky.
Yeah,
number
that
10.
is sneaky. Yep.
BYU's a -10 favorite. I'm taking the Cougs, man. I'm taking BYU in 10 against Boise State. So to recap, I got Penn State, 1-point underdog over Iowa. I got Oklahoma, 3-point favorite over Texas. And I got BYU, a 10-point favorite over Boise State. And if you guys follow that, you'll be getting some money.
That's a great drop. That's such a great drop. You just said we were week 6. That means we're approaching the first round of college football playoff rankings.
Yeah, isn't that like 8?
Yeah.
Week 8?
Yeah, normally it's week 8. That would be my guess, is that they kind of stick with that formula, and that'll be now. Did this? We're 4 games. We're 4 teams this year. I don't know. Did they ever vote on expanding it? They just like
hell.
We'll just do it later. Like what? Like what? We're just gonna announce it right before, and we'll just do it later. I mean, that's gonna be the first. They've got to get it ironed out in the next 2 weeks, because that's gonna be the first question I would think Reese Davis would ask is, "Hey, yeah, we'll get to these, selections here in just a minute, but y'all cast that vote yet? If not, why the hell not?"
They just drag their feet repeatedly.
That's college football, but that's college sports.
It's college sports. College basketball right around the corner too, by the way.
Man, it sure is. Yeah, we're
shout out to my guy Coach Katz.
Couple weeks away.
Shout out to my guy Coach Katz over at Sac State. The Hornets, they about to get back after it. I think I saw somewhere today. Maybe it's a little more than a couple weeks. I thought I saw somewhere today where they're like 32 days away from their opening game or something like that.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM, West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. We're live on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320. We're live on youtube.com/ESPN 1320. If you haven't checked out either one of those channels yet, if you don't have 4 hours to consume all of D-Lo and KC, no problem. Head over to the YouTube channel. We post highlights. We separate the interviews. We post the interviews there for you. It's a great way to get caught up on everything that happened on D-Lo and KC. It's a great way to get caught up on everything that happens with your Sacramento Kings, with your San Francisco 49ers, with everything that happens in sports. We have got you covered. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, by the way, before, Quinton's going to be here very soon. Giants, Dodgers tonight on ESPN 1320.
Oh, hey now. Hey now.
1320 got the game tonight. Let's go.
On the line, host of BetMGM tonight and Odyssey Sports Insider, an NBA insider, man. This dude's on top of everything that's going on over there on the Eastern Conference. It's Quinton Mayo. Insider calls are presented by BetQL. Get access to data and insights the sports books don't want you to see. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. Quinton, always a pleasure, my brother. Did you throw anything down on that Thursday night or last night?
Did I throw anything down on a Thursday night? Of course I did. Oh boy, you know what I was doing. This is the same guy. I was dating summer league basketball.
That's facts.
Man.
That's facts.
True. This is
facts.
true.
Yeah. That's E-me. My bad, Quinton. How'd you do it?
Big, man. We've had a great week. I mean, starting from Sunday to now, I think I went 6-2 on Sunday, and then from that point on, I hit the under last night in the NFL game. I had the Rams to cover 2.5. That hit, even though Geno Smith was putting on his best Michael Vick impersonation out there. I don't know what the heck that was out of nowhere, but we still covered in that game. And then I had the Rays actually in baseball, so the Rays on the money line, had the under in that game. And the only thing I missed last night was Russell Wilson over 20.5 rushing yards, and that's because he was hurt. He had 10 at the half. So we're on fire right now. So I'm actually kind of concerned because when you're on fire, you gotta know, hey, let's slow this down. Let's take the winnings and be careful about.
You got to know the extinguisher's coming.
You got to know, but Wally's hot. I got to give him the drop. I mean, you hear all the wins he's getting. I got to give him the drop. Come on, you get money with you. You get money. Hey, get money with
Apologies for my partner's behavior, man. He's excited. He's had a good little streak here. He's had a good little streak right now, and I think part of KC is like that exciting nervousness that you just spoke of. Is we're hot, but the extinguisher's coming, so you got to be careful.
You know it's around the corner, waiting for you.
Absolutely.
I even think. Actually, no. I sold myself short. We did college football last night too. I just looked at my bet slip last night. We had Coastal Carolina to cover 20 against Arkansas State, and that was a little bit of a sweat, but we covered in that one as well. And then we took the Houston Cougars to cover 6.5 last night in that game. So man, yeah, the extinguisher's waiting around the corner with a baseball bat. So I'm not gonna let him get me.
No doubt. Well, let's stay with college. You know, I like to get on my college, so let me stay there. I'm gonna tell you my picks. I went 2-1 last week. You know, I did a little sum. I did Lane Kiffin. He didn't show up for me. But it's Alabama. It's whatever. But this week, I'm going in my confidence. I got my number 3 pick I'm going Penn State at Iowa. I think, that's basically a pick on that. I love those because I just say, hey, I think Penn State's gonna win. So that's gonna be. I got that one. And then for the second one in the Red River rivalry, I had to slow it down a little bit there. I got Oklahoma -3 over Texas. And then in one that's kind of under the radar, and it's raising my antennas in a bad way because I don't know, maybe did I get fooled into this one? I got BYU -10 over Boise State at home.
Okay, so let's start at the top. Number one, the Penn State pick is genius. Okay, I love the Penn State pick. I'm really high on Penn State this year. I mean, that defense is phenomenal. Both defenses are really good. Iowa is getting a little more love just because of the fact that they came off of that huge upset. Well, not even upset, the huge shellacking of my Maryland Terrapins. It was ugly. So a lot of people are riding high on Iowa, especially being able to shut down that offense. But I want to remind people that Maryland's offense, even with Baby Tua at quarterback, they're able to put up thousands of yards, especially through the air every single game. But the problem for Maryland is always scoring. They can't convert. They can't score in the red zone. Iowa, that defense came in there and they shut that down. And now the world is like, oh, this is the team. Now, one thing they are very consistent. I think Penn State's defense is just as good. They might even be better. And also, they have more upside on offense than Iowa does. So I love that pick. I'll take the points. They opened at 2.5-point dogs. Penn State did. Got bet down to 2 in that one. The Red River rivalry.
Yeah, got to slow down. Yeah, got to slow down with that one. It gets crazy.
You got to slow down. I like Oklahoma in that one. I think at some point they just have to prove themselves and assert their dominance. I know we're waiting on Spencer Rattler to show why he's such a highly touted football player. I'm with you there. That's pretty much an easy one for me as well. And then your last one, you had the Boise State game against
BYU. I went BYU -10.
BYU has been rolling. I mean, they have been rolling. Their offense has shown a lot of variety and potency. I like that. I like all 3 of your picks this week. We're on fire, man, and I trust your picks, man. I would tell all 3.
Let's go, man. I'm putting the bins up for sale for this one, baby.
Okay. Let's dial it back here a little bit.
I can't be beat. I can't lose.
By the way,
you know what they always say in the sitcoms? What's the worst that could go wrong?
Don't let it.
2 seconds later, you in the corner counting pennies.
Don't let him fool you, Q. He doesn't have a Benz. He has a much nicer car. Don't let him fool you. Don't let him fool you. Quinton Mayo, host of Bet MGM tonight with us here. Yo, I mean, I'm curious, like your football picks and all that stuff, but NBA is getting underway, man. You're all over everything that's going out there in Washington, and I was reading about your man's Bradley Beal earlier today and how he's really kind of locked in with this group that's there. Could Washington sneak up on a couple of people?
Yeah, I think they could sneak up on a couple people, but the biggest thing that I'm looking at this year with this team is that I think they are deeper. I think they definitely like each other more. I think Wes Unseld Jr. incorporated as the head coach brings an identity to that team that they haven't had out there.
Hang on. Okay, hang on. Wait a minute.
I'm going to set the table, Damian. Q, Damian Barling is one of the biggest Russell Westbrook fans. No, he is the biggest Russell Westbrook fan I've ever met.
Okay. So what was that like? I mean, Brad and that's cap. Like, come on, man.
No. Hey, listen. Absolutely zero shade to Russell Westbrook. I love Russ, and that was not a comment about Russ's relationship with Brad or anything like that at all. Not at all. Those guys loved each other. I'm just saying, like, it was a lot of young guys in that locker room, but not just the young guys. The coach has been there too long. That's what I really wanted to say. The coach has been there too long. They were fatigued with him and his coaching style and him telling guys that they just got tired of him. So no, the Russ and Brad thing is fine. Russ was a great player when he was here, on and off the floor. Nothing like that. I just think though, you get a change of scenery, get a brand new coach in there, brings a fresh breath of life to that team, and also you bring in some other guys who have some depth at some positions where they haven't had depth in years past. And they're good friends with Brad too. Like Brad and KCP go way back. They play with each other forever. Montrez, Dinwiddie, and also KCP have been together for. They were together in Detroit, so a lot of people don't remember that. They have a lot of chemistry and some expectations. It kind of felt like when Russ was brought in, it was like John is out. Russ comes in the day of training camp and now go out there and win basketball games and do it fast, do it without real good players around these two, do it with the injured Russell Westbrook, and also do it with the COVID flame up. And it was just everything was just too rushed, and it was a weird thing. I think this year is definitely different. The only thing is I think they'll be deeper and better, but the East got really good. So I wouldn't surprise me if they won more games as a team and still end up in the same 7-8 spot because the rest of the Eastern Conference has gotten really good. And that's where I think we might be headed here unless they, put together things with a first-year head coach instantly and go out there and compete against some very talented rosters.
Yeah. Hey, Q, I'm not going to throw this at you, just blindly. I'm going to just put it out there, and then maybe next week you get back to us. Sacramento Kings, I'm going to tell you right now, when you talk about futures, we feeling good about the over out here for Sacramento. So just take a look at them this week. They got a couple preseason games. I don't know if you've seen them yet, but we feeling good about the over. We loving our guy, Davion Mitchell. We loving what Fox is bringing to the table. So just keep your eye on the Kings, man. Keep your eye.
I love the Kings. Like we did a preview of the Kings, I think a week and a half ago, looked at the win total and all that stuff. I said, the Kings have a lot of guys on the roster that I love. I do. It's just the person who was in charge of putting those things together.
Oh, damn.
I think it's a little questionable as how that's going to work. I ain't going to name no names, but it's fit. That's all I'm saying. I love I love all those guys.
Now, Q, this is the Luke Walton fan club station.
Yeah. No, more. It's more along the lines of. It's a little bit closer to that. Like we've chosen. There's a lot of things that you could do here, Q. You could be perpetually negative, which is really easy to do after 15 years, or you could look at guys like Davion and Tyrese, and you could see what Monty McNair has done. You could see the growth of De'Aaron Fox, and go, you know what? I'm gonna go all in on Luke Walton until he proves me wrong. I'm gonna go in. I'm gonna go all in on Luke Walton until something happens during the season, and I have to pull my love back. That's where I'm at with him.
And they finally got him some horses.
Hey, I appreciate that. I'm a little. I'm coming off of a 5 years of hating a coach here, So if I feel a little jaded toward the coach who maybe has a bad rep, that's where that energy is coming from. That's where that energy is coming. So I take you guys' word on it. I'll ride with you, dog. I'll ride with you.
All right, no doubt. Q, before we get you out of here, we got to talk about the Niners, man, and they're going into Arizona. Arizona, the only undefeated team in the league. And the Niners now, all of a sudden, are going to be starting a rookie quarterback. What you seeing about that game in Arizona, man?
Oh, this is such a tough one, man. I love Trey Lance, though. I think he has a lot of potential. Gets his first start. The line has been all over the place. Opened up at 4. Quickly went to 4.5. Now it's at 5. Would not be surprised that line gets to 5.5. And I like those 49ers in this one. I know I'm going against the public because the public is all over the Cardinals because the Cardinals had a perfect game last week. I mean, if you get the Cardinals with that offense and they don't beat themselves and turn the ball over, then, hey, good luck. Good luck. But the fact of the matter is they don't play that way often. So with that being the case, you also have to factor into you're going to see a different offense in totality. Number one, you walk into the season and you say, okay, well, what are we going to see out of the 49ers offense? And then they go with the 2 quarterback sets and things of that nature. Like, okay, you kind of get used to it. Maybe you're getting a little bit feel. And now Trey Lance as a full-time starter, that offers up a significantly different look to defenses. You have no real tape on him being an every down quarterback for 4 quarters. I think that's something that the Cardinals are going to have to deal with. If anything, I would lean in this game to get the San Francisco 49ers to cover 5. But I would also wait until the game gets closer to kickoff because I think that the line is going to keep moving. I wouldn't be surprised if it closed at 6. I like it even better. I'm going to take a chance with San Fran, or excuse me, I was schooled today. I'm going to take a chance.
Yeah, that could get ugly. That could get ugly saying San Fran, Q. Come on.
I know. I got schooled really quickly on another station, so I will no longer say that. I'm going to take a shot with Frisco and to cover in this one. Also, they're plus 190 on the money line too. Like, why not? Why not? I love Trey Lance and I believe in him. So we'll see what happens.
I like
Q. You're that dude, man. We appreciate you. Thank you.
Take care, Q.
Appreciate it, fellas. Have a great show.
All right. That's our man, Quinton Mayo, right there, host of Bet MGM tonight and Odyssey Sports Betting Insider. Insider calls are presented by BetQL. Get access to that and insights the sports books don't want you to see. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. Kyle Madson, Niners Wire, Candlestick Chronicles, and 95.7 The Game. He joins us from his broom closet in San Francisco. Next, here's 49ers Friday continues, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil, here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Good.
Show?
Yes, sir. It's finally here, baby. 13th round. Wilder vs. Fury going down tomorrow night from Las Vegas, Nevada. And it's not just Wilder vs. Fury. It's Wilder vs. Fury 3. And not first and foremost, let me say, this needs to be it. This needs to be the last one. I was not one of those people that said, oh, we don't need to see this fight again. No, the man had a rematch clause. You honor that rematch clause. Let's see the third one. Let's see the trilogy. Now we're here at 3. This is where we get the definitive answer to who wins this trilogy. And I'm looking at the situation, and I've said a couple of different times as I laid out during the week, I thought going into the second fight, Deontay Wilder looked at what happened at the end of the first fight where he knocked down Tyson Fury, and he said, I'll do that again. No big deal. You know, all I got to do is land my right hand. I'll knock him down. He won't get up this time. Easy work. Tyson Fury went out and made adjustments. Tyson Fury went out and got Sugar Hill to be in his corner. He changed his game up. He came out and blitzed Deontay to start that fight, and Deontay wasn't ready. And whether it was the blitzing, whether it was getting hit behind the head a little bit, whatever the case may be, Deontay was not mentally and physically ready for that fight. Now you switch that up, and Tyson is looking at it where he's won a bunch of rounds against Deontay, and he's like, oh, yeah, I'll beat him every day of the week and twice on Sunday. I'm just a better boxer, whatever the case may be. He came into what was supposed to be the third fight, not ready to fight at all. He was getting knocked out in sparring. He wasn't training right. He was not ready. He didn't take it seriously. While Deontay was out there on the grind. I think this fight ends up being a Deontay Wilder KO in the 8th round, simply because Tyson Fury is not the type of guy that can lead. He's not and what I mean by that is if he has expectations in front of him, I don't think he can handle expectations. I think he's a guy that can come as an underdog, and that's what helped him out in those first 2 fights. Now he's got expectations. I think he'll fold under those expectations. Deontay's going to catch him. 8th round KO, Deontay Wilder. That's the 13th round, baby. Bomb squad. No. I think they're done with each other. Everybody involved, the promotional companies, the fighters. I think one way or another they're done. I think if Tyson Fury loses, I think he would retire. He doesn't seem like the type that would be sticking around to, especially since the Anthony Joshua fight is kind of down the drain. Yeah, if it goes the distance, I don't see Wilder winning that. Hoodie season.
Yes, sir.
What's up, man?
What's going on, fellas?
How are you?
I'm hanging in there.
So that one. Oh, that's not bad.
What's up, man?
What's up, man?
Are you back on Wi-Fi, Kenny? You're
I'm hardwired.
Are you?
Whoa, dude!
Matt George is here.
Look, you don't need to take shots like that.
I know. Sorry about that.
That's rude.
Can you say something?
Check.
Okay.
Mic check 1 2 1 2. You want to beef with the king? What is you gonna do?
I heard your schedule's changing.
It is.
Big change.
Which means I will be. So we're remodeling the office.
You could tell me later. Hang on. I'm the only one on the stream who could hear Jesse just drop some DJ Quick right there. Welcome back into a 49ers Friday brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world. We welcome in our man from the broom closet at 95.7 The Game in San Francisco, the Prince of Niners Wire, the host of Candlestick Chronicles, host 95.7 The Game in San Francisco. He's Kyle Madson. Kyle, what's good, buddy?
Hey, what's good is being on this show with you guys.
That's solid.
There's nothing I like more than this.
That's love.
Not like at all?
Nothing in this line of work that I like more than this.
That narrows it down a little bit, but I got you.
There's 13 things that I like more than this overall. But top 15's not bad.
Will you tweet all 13 when we're finished?
Boy, no, because they're not all worthy of being on Twitter.
Very good.
Nice.
All right. Well,
nice.
You asked, man.
We know what number one is, so we will keep it moving.
Pizza.
Obviously.
It needs to be a Pizza Friday. I know that much.
I thought the fam shut Pizza Friday down.
I'm bringing it back. To hell with them.
Okay. All right. Kenny Caraway, to hell with my family. If I want pizza on a Friday, I'm going to have pizza on a Friday. I'm with it. Trey Lance starting. I was listening to you and Chris Biederman this morning on Candlestick Chronicles. It felt like everybody kind of knew that was going to be the direction they were going, given that Jimmy Garoppolo couldn't throw or push off his leg. I mean, so those are probably some pretty important things when it comes to playing football. How much of this? A couple of questions here as it pertains to Trey Lance, but we'll start with this one. How much does this week of preparation help compared to the situation that he was put in last week?
It's going to make all the difference. The fact that they're going to I don't think we're going to recognize the 49ers offense on Sunday. Yeah, I think they're going to strip it down just for now. Like, I don't think the offense we're going to see Sunday is the offense they're going to want to run long term, but they know what Trey Lance is good at and what he's not good at. And if the coaching staff is worth a damn, which I think it is, they're going to make sure that they're playing to his strengths, which I think right now means we're going to see an offense that looks a lot like the one that Washington ran in Robert Griffin III's rookie year. Run heavy, taking advantage of the fact that their quarterback can make plays with his legs, and then designing throws down the field off of play action. So the throws I think we see those little designed kind of easy throws on the play action boots and all that. But I also think we see some deeper shots where they take advantage of his bigger arms. So I think the fact that they're going to be able to install that game plan all week and he's going to get those reps, and the receivers too, this is the biggest thing. On those scramble drills against Seattle, when the pocket broke down and he got outside of it, the receivers weren't breaking off their routes and getting back to him. When he broke to the right, Deebo Samuel was keeping his route to the left, for example. So I think having a chance for the receivers to work on that throughout the week is going to be a big deal, because I think there's a chance for them to make some big plays on those scramble drills.
Do you think that Kyle Shanahan knew this all along, as far as Jimmy's not going to be able to go, it's going to be Trey Lance? Or do you think he was really holding out hope that Jimmy Garoppolo would start on Sunday?
No, I think they knew right away. In fact, I think the tell was in Jimmy Garoppolo's post-game press conference, he said, I'm hoping it's only a couple of weeks or something, which to me, he said that in response to a question of if it was a torn Achilles. So my guess is immediately after the game, or at some point during the game, he got a test and the trainer said, it's not your Achilles. Your Achilles is there. It's not the Achilles, but you probably strained something. You're probably looking at a couple weeks. Because what do players say if they get hurt and they go to the podium after the game and they go, hey, it looked like you were kind of holding your arm funny. What, they always go, I'm fine. Like, I'm good. I'm good to go. No player ever says, yeah, hopefully I'm only out a couple weeks. Somebody told him he was going to miss time. Right. And I think the 49ers were just trying to make sure that Arizona was maybe spending at least a little bit of time game planning for Garoppolo. I think they've known since last week. Okay,
which brings up the next question. Does anyone think that Arizona spent time game planning for Jimmy Garoppolo?
No. Okay. I mean, maybe a little bit, but I think that it's a lot easier to, because he's so limited, it's a lot easier to game plan for Trey Lance. Like, hey, we're going to defend zone reads and we're going to defend read options. And here's all the things that we think he's going to do. And then if Garoppolo plays, it's like, all right, well, hey, just defend a 10-yard box between the hashes and we're all set.
And it just. Well, I was going to say, to be fair, in the 15 seconds that we talked to Josh out in Arizona, he did say, like, yeah, they were kind of preparing for Jimmy Garoppolo as well. Like, what you would want to happen in that situation happened. Like, they had to prepare for Jimmy and take a look at Trey. So I don't know. Maybe it worked. Well, I don't know. I don't know how much those things work in general.
Is that really a big deal?
Right. I can't imagine Cliff Kingsbury goes to the podium after the 49ers win 24-16 and goes, you know what? If we just hadn't spent that time game planning for Jimmy Garoppolo, I think we would have had this one. That's not happening. So I think it's just NFL coaches, they want every little tiny edge. And okay, if they spent 30 minutes working on Jimmy Garoppolo specific things, that's 30 minutes that they weren't spending on Trey Lance. So,
okay,
it's little edges. Game of inches.
Question in the back. What exactly is game planning for Jimmy Garoppolo?
That's what I'm getting at. Like, you just formation tendencies,
things,
formation tendencies, where he likes to go with the ball in certain situations.
3 yards from the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, that's what I said. You just stack it inside the 10 yards within the hash marks. Safeties you can cheat up because you're probably not going to get beat deep.
It sounds easy.
It does. Doesn't require a lot of creativity from Vance Joseph, their defensive coordinator.
No. So another thing that came out of this game, it's not official just yet, but looks like George Kittle's not going to play. And I kind of read the tea leaves there. You got this game here. He's not 100%. You got the bye coming up after that. You could still 2 weeks of recovery for George Kittle. Is that it's always an issue when George Kittle doesn't play, but does Trey Lance kind of miss a security blanket now without George Kittle there? Or did it seem like in the times that he did play, he didn't even really look that much to George Kittle anyway?
Yeah. And the fact that his first throw against the Seahawks was like the easiest throw in Kyle Shanahan's offense. On that play action boot, George Kittle goes with him and he stuffed it in the ground 3 yards away. Like, that was tough.
Yeah.
No, I think the bigger issue is not so much not having that security blanket, because I think Deebo Samuel can be that. Honestly, like, Ross Dwelley isn't going to create explosive plays the way George Kittle does, But when he had to fill in for Kittle in 2019, he did a nice job. He finds soft spots in zones, and he sits down, and he's going to make the catch. Like, he's not going to go anywhere after the catch, but he's going to catch it. So I think that'll be fine. The bigger issue is that element of a linebacker or a safety has to make a choice when George Kittle starts to run block on a play action. They don't have to now think as much about defending Kittle if he does come off that block to go run around. You know what I'm saying? Like that versatility and his ability to create explosive plays in the passing game, losing that's what's harmful for the 49ers. Because now if it's Charlie Warner and Ross Dwelly in a 2 tight end set instead of Kittle and Dwelly, it's easier for the defense to attack San Francisco's offense at that point because there's less danger coming from the tight end spots.
Which also leads me to ask Kyle Shanahan, what Kenny just mentioned, he's doubtful. George Kittle's doubtful for this weekend. So with that, their run game is not there. Like, it's not hitting. Like, it's not working. Now you're potentially moving. You just laid out the scenario with Kittle as a run blocker. Or now you have like bad on bad. And of course, Trey Lance hopefully can add a little bit, to the run game as well. But there are flaws. There are issues, I think, with this team outside of the quarterback position. We've been focused on Jimmy Garoppolo. We've been focused on Trey Lance coming in. But there are problems. There are other flaws with this team. There are other flaws with the offense. And I think the run game is a big part of it. Now with Kittle potentially out, is Trey Lance enough to offset it and make it better? And kids, when you grow up, don't ask long-winded questions like this. It's like I started a question and didn't know how the hell to get to the end of it, but you're nodding your head, so I think you got the gist of what I was trying to say.
It sounded like you were asking if there are bigger problems with the 49ers offense than the quarterback situation.
See, that's how you ask a question right there.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure
that's why you're great at what you do.
So, yeah, there are for sure, but I think 2 things about the run game. One, Elijah Mitchell coming back, and I know that sounds silly for a 6th-round rookie to be an impact playmaker, but he has. I called him when they drafted him. I called him like the off-brand Raheem Mostert. He has that speed to get to the edge. Kirkland brand. I didn't know where sponsorships were. I didn't want to shout out.
Well, we called you Kirkland Kyle earlier this week. I know you're a big fan of Kirkland.
I do love a Kirkland product, bro. So Mostert has that speed to get to the edge. He can break tackles. We saw it in the Lions game. That his 43-yard touchdown against the Lions was like a peak Raheem Mostert, get to the edge, find the hole, get through it, break a tackle, gone. And so I think him returning is going to help their run game a lot. But also, and Chris Biederman, my partner on Candlestick Chronicles, brought this up. He thinks that, and I agree with him, Trey Sermon was drafted to play with Trey Lance in that inside zone read option scheme where he's lined up in the back end of the pistol and he's going to take that. He's going to either take the handoff or Lance is.
Oh,
it's not our day.
Nobody.
He's probably still talking. He has no idea he's frozen either.
Nobody wants to talk.
It's just he's back. It's just
okay.
It's a tough day for D'Lo and KC.
Trace in the pistol.
I'm going to truncate this. He's better at running inside than he is running outside.
Yes.
And so being in the pistol with Lance is going to help Trey Sermon and as a result, the 49ers run game.
So that's it's interesting you say that because I agree. Because I mentioned earlier how I think, well, if Kyle Shanahan had it how he wanted, he'd want Raheem Mostert there. But if you don't have Raheem Mostert, that's when he has these 3 or 4 different running backs that do different things, right? You got Trey Sermon if you want to run in between the tackles. You have Hastings and Elijah Mitchell when you want to do your toss and your sweeps and things of that nature. Well, one of the issues I felt with Trey Sermon, and his performance being out there is he was kind of thrust as being the only back into doing things that he's not good at, like the tosses and the sweeps. And I think to your point, getting Elijah Mitchell back, now Kyle can kind of, have those running backs specifically in for the runs that they're good at, whether it's Trey up the middle, Elijah out to the edges.
Yeah, I think that's 100% spot on. I think they were brought in like to play together. Raheem Mostert's in the last year of his contract. I think they were specifically brought in because they are different styles of backs, and they're designing an offense around Trey Lance. And I think we're going to see that on Sunday, or at least parts of it.
I think there's Kyle Madson with us here on D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320. I think there's multiple schools of thought here, but what do you think the impact of the bye week is on Trey Lance?
That depends a lot on how he plays Sunday. Because I'm of the mind that, and I'm going to write about this in NinersWire.com, but I'm of the mind that this is like a perfect scenario for Kyle Shanahan. Because not that he would root for Jimmy Garoppolo to be hurt. You never want to see a player hurt, but it's a minor injury that he should be back from after the bye week, it sounds like. Like he was going to try and play this week, gets this week off, gets the bye week. But what this allows Kyle Shanahan to do is start Trey Lance. And if Lance plays well, the Niners don't even have to win. If he looks good and plays well and looks like he improved by playing that second half against Seattle, getting the first team reps during the week, and then getting 4 quarters of live football against the Cardinals, and he looks better, now they can continue with Lance because his messaging the entire time, we've gotten so wrapped up in who's the starter, who's QB1. His messaging the entire time is Jimmy Garoppolo's QB1, Trey Lance is QB2, and we're going to go with the quarterback that gives us the best chance to win. That who gives us the best chance to win? That's been his thing the whole time. So if Lance goes out and plays well, he can now go into the bye week and get Lance another week, well, A, some time off, but B, some time to get integrated into the offense and expand the offense a little bit more. And then go into week 7 saying, we think Trey now gives us the best chance to win. If he doesn't play well, or if he struggles and they just don't think that, he's really not ready, then they can go back to Garoppolo because Shanahan said today, Jimmy Garoppolo is the starter. The backup is starting this game. So he's laying that out just in case Lance isn't very good. They can just go back to Garoppolo. His messaging isn't off. There's no controversy. He's sticking to what he said. But if Lance plays well, he can go back to his, now that he showed that he gives us the best chance to win.
Interesting. And I agree with everything you're saying there. Kyle, maybe I'm being a little bit of an S starter here. And I want to know if maybe you saw the same thing that I saw. Did Deebo Samuels look a little overly excited and happy to have that touchdown reception to Trey Lance and to celebrate with Trey Lance? Or am I just making something up?
That's really funny you said that because I was watching the Deebo Samuel mic'd up, and maybe this is what inspired your thought as well. But the way
I hadn't seen it, by the way. I didn't see the mic'd up, so yeah.
He gives the let's go, and then there's like silence from him swearing. I kind of had a little bit that same thought. It reminded me of Jim Harbaugh's reaction when Colin Kaepernick hit Kyle Williams against the Bears in his first start, and Kyle Williams ran like that deep post, and Kaepernick connects on it, and Harbaugh went ballistic on the sideline. Like Dr. Frankenstein's monster just came to life. And that's a little bit what the Deebo Samuel thing felt like. Yeah. Like this kind of just frustration, because if you're Deebo, and again, we're going with this theory. I don't know if it's true, but we're going to roll with that theory. If you're Deebo, you've been running these in-breaking routes all year where you're just getting crushed because the safety can fly downhill because they know that you're not going to beat them over the top. And so he just time after time is having to make these tough contested catches. But this time he was able to get down the field. The quarterback found him and hit him. It wasn't a great throw, but I think Lance was just trying to make sure he got it there. Yeah, I think there was a little bit of an element to that, but that's just, again, total speculation just based on his celebration. It looked like he was letting out some frustration for how it had gone, but it's tough to be like he's leading the league in receiving yards. It's not like he was having a bad year and now all of a sudden he's going to start.
This is true.
And that's it. It is fantastic too that Deebo's leading the league in receiving yards because he's had to catch the ball from somebody. But yet we continuously criticize Jimmy Garoppolo. It's like, well, at least he's finding one guy who could potentially be really dominant. How about the opponent of the 49ers this week, the Cardinals? They're 4-0, big win against the Rams. Is this you know, are they different than last year? Do they have are they significantly better? What's your vibe with the Cardinals right now, 4 weeks into the season?
I'm not all the way in yet because I'm not buying the Titans. I don't think the Titans are that good. So, you know, a dominant road win over the Titans is nice, but it's not this crazy, like, whoa, put that one on the wall win. Sure. Then they should have lost to the Vikings. Like, they straight up. They should have – the Vikings missed a chip shot field goal at the end of that game, and they gave up, I think, 33 points, although the Vikings offense is pretty good. Then they struggled for more than a half against the Jags. That can't happen. And then they had a really nice win against the Rams. And that's why, you know, division games are weird, but when you go dominate a really good Rams team the way they did, you have to buy it a little bit. So no, I think the Cardinals are good, but I'm not ready to put them at the top as the division favorites yet. But if Kyler Murray's playing the way, like, it's the Russell Wilson factor in, like, who cares about their defense? Their defense is generating turnovers right now.
Your internet in San Francisco is generating a turnover as well. Don't ever let anyone.
There he is. He's
don't
back.
ever let anyone tell you have to work in a big market. I'm just saying. Danny in San Francisco could have at least left the office unlocked for you to do the hit from there. But and I love it. It froze again, but at least it froze with you smiling that time.
So I think the Cardinals are good, and they're going to be good as long as Kyler Murray's running around, but I'm not ready to make them the favorites in the NFC West yet.
I love that Kyle's the professional one out of the three. He's like, well, my computer's going to freeze, and I'm going to finish my phone.
I feel bad.
It's not your fault.
No.
It's not your fault.
No,
if Danny in San Francisco will pay the bill. If Danny in San Francisco will get an upgrade out there at 95-7 the game, we'd be okay, but it happens.
Kyle, can I ask you a question? Because I feel like I might be alone on the island here. Might be on an island here. There seems to be this perception that the 49ers defense and secondary is just terrible. I think they played pretty damn good all season long, to be honest with you. Aside from the first half against the Packers, that's really been about it. Now, they've had some issues with defensive pass interference penalties, but I don't think the defense has been that bad.
Yeah, I'm not going to hang out on that island with you. Their linebackers have not been good in coverage. Their secondary is really not good.
But
their pass rush.
Not to cut you off. What's not good though? Because they're not giving up yards and they're not really giving up points. So what's not good?
I don't think that what they're doing defensively is sustainable. There's a lot of guys running wide open. And we saw it with the Seahawks. The Seahawks just kind of started getting whatever they wanted once the Niners pass rush started failing. And the Niners pass rush has not been consistently good. It's been good in spurts, but it has not been consistent. Their pass rush win rate is not good, where they're pressuring the quarterback. Their pressure rate, I should say, is not good. So no, their secondary hasn't been like as bad as I think we thought it might be. But I just look at long term, if Fred Warner and Azeez Al-Shire are going to be, average to below average in coverage, that's going to be an issue. And if their pass rush isn't getting home, eventually against the really good teams, they're going to start to get exposed. But I mean, to this point, they haven't been like the worst defense in the league. But there's no. Let me put it this way: the path I see them on is being more of a bottom third defense than a top third defense by the end of the year. That's my thought anyway.
Interesting.
How do the 49ers win this game? Like, what has to be executed for them to walk out of Sunday with a win?
Kyler Murray gets sick. But just like the generic flu, and has to sit out. would help. No, I just think that man, okay, the real ansher. So
I'm going to guess you don't think the 49ers are winning this game.
I don't.
I don't like this, Damien. You thought I was just making it up when I said people said the 49ers have no chance. They out there.
No, I don't think they have no chance. If they had no chance, I would say don't go to Arizona, take the L and ice up. But the way they win is by just don't show up. The way they win
we're good.
is by here we go. 3, 2, and 1. They run the football and they run it like 40 plus times.
Wow.
Oh my.
And they keep Kyler Murray on the sideline.
Wow.
And they put Arizona in a position. They get a couple turnovers.
Perfect time for another turnover, which is something that's not happening with the San Francisco 49ers.
Brutal.
They're not getting turnovers. They haven't been able to force turnovers since is it week 1, Kyle? They haven't been able to get a turnover since week 1.
Dre Greenlaw had their only interception of the year, their only takeaway of the year, and subsequently hurt his groin on the interception and is now on IR.
They paid for it.
Yeah, they did.
They paid for it.
Yeah, so if they run the ball and just control time of possession and just play that game and force Arizona to become one-dimensional and make it where Kyler Murray's 8, 10, 12-yard scrambles aren't killing you, and they're just eating clock, then I think you do that. But if they have to get in a shootout with Arizona where Trey Lance has to throw it 30, 35, 40 times, I think that's where you start to get in a little bit of trouble.
Kind of like what they did last year to beat Kyler Murray and the Cardinals. Interesting.
Exactly. Yeah.
NBA is a wild place, man. Shams just tweeted, New York City has determined the Brooklyn Nets practice facility is a private office building, clearing Kyrie Irving to practice at home. Oh, man. Who placed that call?
Well, technically, are they lying?
It's called a training center.
Yeah, but only certain people can get in. That's kind of the definition of private, right?
I gotta go to the office.
Well, I don't know. That's hard to say. I've been to the Celtics one, and it has like a private area for them, and then a very public area. I don't know if that's what Brooklyn is.
It's like a real gym, right?
Right. It's a gym, hospital, like the whole thing. So yeah, I don't know if that what Brooklyn. Well, that sure changes the dynamic a little bit now that Kyrie can suddenly practice at home. But
I wonder if LA is going to let the Lakers practice because they don't care about the Clippers. Didn't even mention them.
They don't care about the Clippers. No, they don't.
The Lakers practice facility is a private office, but the Clippers isn't.
Kyle, we appreciate you and your internet at 95.7 The Game in San Francisco. Thanks for hanging out with us, man.
Take care, Kyle.
The internet is less elite than Buddy Hield is at shooting.
Damn.
There he is. Wow, there he is. Okay, talk about a hit and run. That's Kyle Madson here. We're back with more. We'll talk about Sacramento Kings. James Ham going to join us in about 30 minutes on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Oh, that's good stuff.
Yeah,
that's good stuff.
Let me slide. Quick, let me slide. You my man. I'm holla at you.
Yeah, I appreciate you, man. One of the bennies of going to 9 to noon is that I will be home for these.
Okay. Good.
And we're redoing our office. So I got a mic stand like yours.
Mm-hmm.
So I have the super professional like mic up here now. It's dope.
Nice. That's awesome.
Super sick. Yeah. I'm really excited about it.
Good stuff.
And then we're going to get shelves behind me. Someday she will. Yeah. She's dog sitting for her folks right now. But eventually she'll start when she works from home. That's where that was the impetus for the office remodel.
Oh, okay. I got you. Good stuff.
She didn't care about it when it was only me working in it, but as soon as she had to work in it. Yeah.
No, it's understandable. It's understandable.
That's how it goes.
Yeah, no doubt.
I realized that by making. Oh wait, what?
The hoodie's dope. Are those your friends? Do you know those people?
No, Jordan Bell wore one of these into a Warriors game one time, and so I went online and just found out that you can just buy them.
Oh, okay.
So I just immediately, and they had just come out with the red one, and I like wearing red. So, yeah,
dope.
Yeah, and they're really cool. I follow them on IG and stuff, and try and support as much as I can.
Yeah. Okay. Good stuff.
Shout out.
Good stuff. All right. Are you headed to the train? Headed to what's next?
Yeah, I'm gonna finish up a little writing here. And then
47 articles a day.
Yeah, 47 a day. Trying everything I can to not be doing that anymore, but here we are. But yeah, I'm gonna do that, and then I've stopped trying to race home as fast as I can, and I'm enjoying appreciating things a little more. And so I'll grab like a coffee or something, and just there's a little bench, kind of like a block down from the BART station, and it's just on this corner where there's not a lot happening, and it looks nice, and so I just hang out there and take it all in. It's great. So that's probably what I'm gonna go do right now.
There you go. Grab some coffee and go hang out on a bench.
Yeah, by myself and listen to some music, taking the sights.
Sounds like a win.
Yeah, man.
All right.
Gonna do my best.
Okay. Well, we appreciate you, man. Thank you as always.
Yep, no doubt. I will see you next Friday and then next Saturday too, yeah?
Yes, indeed. Looking forward to it. Yes,
cool.
sir.
Same, man.
All right, my man. Thanks, buddy.
Later, guys.
I don't know. Let's wait. Kenny's connecting right now. Butcher Boy confirmed?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
3 o'clock. So like I said, if he hadn't answered, or pulled up on the screen or whatever, Jesse, just give him a call at about 3 or so.
Oh, this gets tough to drink when it gets towards the bottom.
Do you ice that, like in refrigerated? Excuse me.
I don't ice it because sometimes you have to shake it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, no, it's got to be served cold.
Mm.
But this is a different one than I normally drink, and it has orange in it there's pulp, and then it has black pepper in it, and it like sinks, and so that last little gets tough. The week is winding down, man, and we are so happy that you are here with us on Twitch, on YouTube, on the Odyssey app. We're so happy that you're here with us on 1320 AM. We are happy that Kyle Madson joined us to talk 49ers football. We're excited. Butcher Boy Joe Shasky is going to join us at the top of the 3 o'clock hour to talk Giants and Dodgers, to talk 49ers and Cardinals, and then we'll wrap up the week with one of our favorite people to talk to each week, James Ham. He was at practice today for your Sacramento Kings, and we'll wrap up the week talking Kings basketball.
I can't wait, man. I can't wait. It's been said a number of different times, but this is the best time of the year, maybe. Also, I think I asked the question, is this the better time, or is it March or April or whenever that is?
April, yeah.
And I don't know, October's crazy, man. You got the heavy hitters in October, man.
Let's be fair though. You're a little extra amped because it's the Giants, and you're a little extra amped because it's the Giants and the Dodgers. And then you're a little extra amped because there just happens to be a massive boxing match this weekend.
Yeah, that's true. Although I love baseball playoffs regardless.
Oh, sure.
So that's
I actually
love
baseball playoffs regardless. Not so much last night as I was like,
yeah, it was an off night. No Davion. It was an off night.
Davion put a lock on the playoffs last night. We're like, nah, you don't need to watch this.
Oh, there was no close game.
By the way, did you see what the Kings tweeted out?
I did.
My goodness, man. Like, that's part of the bag too.
That's part of the bag.
He got one of them Mark Jones Louis bags. I thought,
he definitely does.
I thought he was on a nice little Toomey. Like, it's a good bag. It's a nice bag.
He's got a bag.
He's getting up into
that bag is deep too.
He's getting up into the 10th anniversary, 10th wedding anniversary bags. You're about to come out the pocket for a purse. Like that's what Davion looked like.
Man.
That shot today in practice.
Yeah, he's got that. For all of you guys who don't know what we're talking about, Davion, the Kings tweeted out a quick video of Davion going down the middle of the lane and in a half court setting. It wasn't even on the break, half court setting, and just down.
I ain't gonna say that he reminded me of Why Not, but kind of reminded me I mean, kind of reminded me of why not.
Well, what if we have two why not type players on the team? Because remember, James Hammond, we'll talk to a 320. He's always compared the careers and just the style of plays of Russell Westbrook and De'Aaron Fox. What if we got two why nots? Nobody's gonna be a why not, but a why not type.
Yeah, I like it.
Nobody gonna be Russ. Like let's not get it twisted. Not gonna be disrespectful. Russ is a one of the great players we'll ever see in this league. But if you can get somebody in that same ilk, that was De'Aaron Fox's favorite player growing up, Russell Westbrook.
I don't think I knew that.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, that was his guy.
I like that. Want to have a show meeting on the air here real quick?
Sure.
We mentioned it during
all day.
Do we address this John Gruden stuff on the radio? We did it during the stream. We could let it rock. I just looked at Twitter and it appears to be gaining steam on Twitter. I don't know what there is to say about it. Some people are in their car to listen. I don't know. If you don't want to talk about it, we can. I
was just gonna say. I mean, it's something that has happened. It's out there. Say it.
It is, but well, let's save that because that's a trash story, and we're looking down over here on our screen. And now, wait a minute, Butcher Boy Joe. I was led to believe that you were at Oracle. I was led to believe you were turning up somewhere down there at the park.
All right, so here's what happened. Your boy went on an excursion this morning, and Kenny, I'm feeling that new 49er sweatshirt and that upside-down giant lid that you got.
Well, we had to get swaggy today.
I had to take a nap, and I just woke up from the nap, and my wife is yelling at me like I'm supposed to go to school or whatever the heck. Like I feel like I'm a toddler, missing first grade or whatever. I'll tell you right now, I just woke up. I still haven't even taken a shower. I literally sweat through my entire jersey. I just threw a hat on so I look presentable right now. KC D-Lo, I'm telling you, I'm gonna lay this. I'm telling you guys right now.
Okay.
This is biblical. This is David versus Goliath. Woo. This is cats versus dogs.
Woo. Wait,
this
who's
Hatfield's.
Goliath?
I'll get to that. Hatfields versus McCoys. Bloods versus Crips.
Oh my.
NorCal, SoCal. Are you kidding me? Giants, Dodgers. True rivalries, in my opinion, are forged over generations. That's the way I look at it. You learn to hate, and I mean sports hate, the other team in the living room with grandma, with grandpa, with your dad, with your mother, maybe your uncles. You teach it to your kids. Darth Vader, Luke Skywalker type stuff. I mean, that's where we're at right now. This is their destiny. These two teams have to meet each other right now. This is going to be biblical tonight.
Joe, I've said a couple of times this week, this Giants Dodgers, you know how to this day, Deontay Wilder, to this day, you know how we talk about, this is a rivalry here with the 49ers, but you guys weren't around in 92, 93, 94 for Niners Cowboys. We talk about it like that, or if it's Cowboys week, it's I'm getting all the vibes of 92. We talk about 93, 94 in such reverence, and we will for the rest of our lives. Here in Sacramento, we talk about 02, Kings, Lakers. That's another level for the rest of our lives. Even it got there a little bit. We talk about Niners, Seahawks, 2013 for the
I'll
rest
always
of our
remember that.
lives. We're living in history. We're going to talk about Giants, Dodgers, 2021 for the rest of our lives, for better or for worse. This is living in history right now.
I mean, KC, just think about some of the things that you brought up. The reason I say David and Goliath, Damian, is if you go back to when the Dallas Cowboys were running the NFL in the late 70s, the Niners were also Rams. That's what the Dodgers have been doing in the NL West the last 10 years. This is a moment in time, and you're 100% correct. I remember where I was for all these key moments. I mean, just go back at Giants history in general. Game 1, Atlanta Braves, Tim Lincecum on the mound. That's a moment in time. I remember where I was. Colin Kaepernick against the Green Bay Packers at Candlestick, the final playoff game. It's a moment in time. Alex Smith against New Orleans. You remember those forever. Win, lose, or draw. I mean, the Sherman play, it's one of the worst plays in Niners history. It's one of the most iconic NFL moments ever. I mean, where would we be in the last 10 years without a moment like that? The ascension of the 12s, the ascension of the Seahawks.
I was talking about you.
Aaron Andrews, just so devastating. But that's what this is tonight. And the reason why I say that the Giants are the little one, the David, and they're the Goliath, just look at it. I mean, you gotta be real here. They have what I call to be an outlier lineup. In today's game, everybody's playing platoons, 5-6 different guys at 5-6 different positions. Maybe there's a couple everyday guys. Dodger team, you could go up and down like it's the mid-90s. I mean, if I say Atlanta Braves, everyone's like Rafael Belliard, Mark Lemke, Chipper Jones. Like, you can name all the players. In today's game, really the Dodgers are one of the few teams. Bellinger, Turner, Seager. Like, look, the entire lineup is, that's markered in. There ain't no penciling platoons going on here. Then I look at their staff. Kershaw we're missing, and he's an all-time Giant foe. But let's be real. He's their number 4 starter. Maybe their number 5. He was bad this year. You get the young kid Urias. You get, obviously, battle-tested Max Scherzer, who's going to the Hall of Fame with his 2 eyeballs. And then you're going to have the color. And then you got, obviously, Justin Verlander 2.0 in this kid who's pitching tonight, Walker Buehler. And he wears the capri pants. They've got guys by the name of Gavin Lux, for crying out loud. That just screams SoCal Quicksilver with the flip-flops, doesn't it? Like the hair, the glasses, the white pants. I hate everything about the Dodgers. I was saying all week, Damien, I used to live right near Candlestick. That's where I grew up. My dad used to take me to games for $1. There'd be 1,000 people out there on a Wednesday game. And I learned at 6 years old, this heavy-set dude in a blue satin coat with the Dodgers script across the middle, Tommy Lasorda, was the ultimate villain to me. But that's baseball. You get these great villains. Bonds to them was a villain, and I loved every second of it. This entire Dodger lineup is so hateable. Justin Turner is so hateable. What look is he even going for, boys? Like Wildling from Game of Thrones?
And why doesn't he wear an undershirt under his uniform, and he's got it buttoned down to his chest?
Dog, he's a weird dude. And you know what we don't talk about with him? The needle. I mean, this dude was a nobody until he got 31 years old like David Ortiz. And out of nowhere, at 31 years old, not only do you become an everyday player, you become one of the greatest third basemen in the modern era. Like, somebody needs to look into that, all right? Somebody at ESPN. Anthony Guadrado, can you put a book out on that bad boy?
Woo! Butcher boy Joe Shasky with us here on D'Lo and KC. I'll tell you who doesn't want the Giants to win. The sports books.
Oh, haters in the house.
There was a write-up this morning that sports books stand to lose more than $1 million if the San Francisco Giants wind up winning the World Series, based on the 100-1 odds that some of these books had them set at before the season started.
Let me tell you something. I love the game. I was born for this. I live for these moments. I live for these moments. Give me the slingshot. I'll take down the Giant. I have no problem with it. 8 straight National League titles. That's what the West, is what the Dodgers have done. They've got one of the highest payrolls in baseball history. They traded for one of the few 5-tool players in baseball history, Mookie Betts. This guy's a superstar. Cody Bellinger, 2 years ago, anyone would have said, I'm not trading him for not one other player in baseball. Now, he fell off the cliff, but look, you're going to be ready for this one. I love being the underdog. I love it, because so are the 1981 49ers. And you know what? They beat America's team, and America's team had to sit back and watch us win a Super Bowl. And that's what they're going to have to do when we go face the Brewers next series.
If you
Let's go.
If I wasn't looking at both of you, I would think you're the same exact person.
Hey, man. Let me tell you
my boy Butcher Boy said, I love the game. That's what I'm talking about right there. You know what? You know another thing that got me. You know what I'm saying? I was listening to the morning roast this morning. You know what I'm saying? I was listening to what's going on. It got Dodger fans
6 to 9 on 95.7 The Game.
9 new hours. They on there. Oh, we didn't. The Giants are bandwagons. We didn't see nothing before 2020. Butcher Boy. They've sold out that ballpark since the day it opened. That's 20 years ago. What are you people talking about? This is a team in the San Francisco Giants that really, you can tell me better than you can tell the people better than me. But what have they had? 5 6 losing seasons since 1997. I mean, stop playing with us. Really,
Look,
stop playing with us.
I mean, KC, they have been remarkably consistent. I look at the Cardinals as one of the most underrated franchises in sports. 1 losing season, 20 years. I mean, it's incredible. It's really incredible. Multiple World Series rings. The fact that the Giants won 3 World Series since the Yankees won their last one is you're insulting my intelligence if you told, a 10-year ago me that was going to happen. There's just no way about it. Here's the thing about the Giants that I love about what they did. For so long, the last 7 years, the blueprint is you got to tank for 5 straight years. You got to rack up all these top picks because the Astros did it and the Cubs did it. And you got to tear it down to the studs. The Giants did it in a very unique way. Now, I don't know if this is carryover for next year, but they got a bunch of dudes who I thought were done. Thought Crawford was done. Thought Posey was done. Thought Belt was done. Thought Longo was done. Cueto was like cooked barbecue chicken. I mean, the dude was the carcass of a barbecue chicken. Like it had been picked at for the last 4 years. I thought they were finished. And these guys had career years this year. To me, that's a testament to the staff. That's what that is. And these legendary players who are having 3rd and 4th acts in their careers willing to be coached up. That shows you, to me, that's the greatness. Nothing is worse than a stubborn player at the end of their career not willing to adjust, and they kind of fade into oblivion. To see Buster Posey have a year like this, it reminds me, dog, we slept on his career. He's the Joe Montana of Giants players. He is Mr. Captain America, and Brandon Crawford is a Dwight Clark. He's the lovable fan favorite that everybody feels they could go meet down the block at Safeway or at the bar or see throwing the ball with his kids at the park. I love this Giants team. And Farhan, I didn't know he was this good at finding gems. Kevin Gausman, 1-year deal. Ended up being a great deal. Logan Webb, are you kidding me? He's the 11th best prospect.
Sacramento, Rockland, stand up.
I had no idea. I sold him short. But what they've done with this young man is tremendous. Look what they did with Doval. He had a 6.42 ERA in AAA. They shined him up, and they have turned this guy. I think he's the X factor for the series. To me, he is Weapon X. He's Wolverine for this series. They've never seen
K-Rod. He's the Giants version of K-Rod this postseason.
Look, the Giants have had great runs on closers. Rod Beck was unreal. I think we forget how great he was. Rob Nen, 300 career saves. That's what Jansen has. You're going to the Hall of Fame damn near if you get 300 career saves. And obviously they had Brian Wilson, who was outstanding. This kid, I think, has more raw talent than any of those guys. And Rob Nen was one of the best closers of a generation. I love what the Giants have done this year. And I think Kapler, more than anyone, this is where, man, don't judge a book by its cover. I thought he was some retread meathead from Philly that didn't know what he was doing. He was going to take the analytics and he was just going to, plug and play. I'm going to have them tell me what to do. This dude's blended the feel of the game with the science, the art and the science blended together with those Excel spreadsheets and those old baseball instincts. And the results speak for themselves. This guy has completely won me over. And he's backing up Bruce Bochy. Imagine the shadow that guy casts. I'm sorry. I wax poetic because I fell back in love with baseball this year.
I feel the same way.
Listening to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento KRXQ HD2 Sacramento and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. We're live on Twitch. We're live on YouTube. We're live on Odyssey. We're live on 1320 AM in Northern California, and we're live with Butcher Boy Joe Shasky. KC, go ahead.
I want to get to the game now.
Yeah.
And I'm specifically looking at this weekend, games 1 and 2. I don't want to put this type of pressure on the Giants, but my gut says don't come out of this with a split. Obviously, you want to win every game, but a split would feel like an 0-2 hole almost. It feels like. I'm gonna jump on these Dodgers early. I think Logan Webb has dominated the Dodgers as of late. I want to use that. I feel like the way we feel about Bellinger. Now, I'm not saying that he's an MVP or anything like that, but the way we're terrified of Bellinger and Max Muncy, I feel Dodger fans feel the same way about our guy Late Night Lamont. And I expect Lamont to have a big series, especially, in this game, they might go with Urias in game 2. That might be a little difficult, but I expect Lamont Wade to have a big game 1 at the very least. What do you see from both of these games this weekend?
You know, it's interesting you bring up Lamont Wade. Isn't baseball weird where we get these crazy stories, guys out of nowhere that no one even predicted? Like Sean Anderson for Lamont Wade, I yawned. I'm like, who the hell is Lamont Wade? Dude's been a stud for this team. Remember Ryan Vogelsong? I didn't know who the hell Ryan Vogelsong was. He ended up having a career resurgence, you know, and going to an all-star game. You don't see this in basketball. You don't get like a 29-year-old dude or a 28-year-old dude out of nowhere all of a sudden become one of the linchpins of a team in the crucial moments of a game. In football, you get a David Tyree here and there, but for the most part, I mean, Priest Holmes coming out of nowhere, those are rare. You don't see those in other sports. In baseball, we see this all the time. I referenced Justin Turner. He literally came out of nowhere. This is to me, the template for tonight. You got to get the ball to the bullpen with at least a 1-run lead. I do not want to be chasing late. That's the key for me. You don't want to chase. And Logan Webb, I got to give the guy credit. He keeps the ball low in the zone. He's been resilient all year. Can he get through 6? I'm not giving him a third chance through the lineup with the Dodgers. They've seen him a bunch of times. You got to remember, not only have they seen each other like 19 times this year, go back the 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 times they saw each other in spring training. So that's why the one guy who they have not seen is Camilo Duvall. They have not seen Camilo Duvall. That matters to me. Walker Buehler, they only touched him up one time, and they got him out of the game in the 3rd inning the last time they saw him. Was that a blip in the radar? Or did they figure something out? I will find out tonight. Here's my player that I think is going to be crucial, and he needs the year to just flip over. It's Mike Yastrzemski. Mike Yastrzemski quietly and steadily is a great ball player, and he's had a frustrating year this year. He hasn't been able to put it all together. When you're having one of those years, you just want to get to the postseason because you start back at 0. That's why I think Bellinger and Yaz, to me, those are the 2 X factors for both teams. Sleeping Giants.
I like that. Let's go, Butch. Let's go, man.
Before we let you,
I think Damien's ready to kill me.
Oh, are you kidding? I get tired listening to you. I get tossed. I get exhausted. I was just debating.
He just woke up?
Do I?
He's not even lathered up. He just woke up.
I know, and my man's got a shower, and I want to let you. Do I dare bring up the 49ers and ask about the Cardinals, or should we just let Butch, hopefully go rinse off or something?
You know what's crazy to me is that the Niners are big. I mean, the Niners are rock stars. Everyone knows this. And they almost always supersede anything anyone else does. Almost always. The last time I felt this way about the Giants being bigger than the 49ers, I was in the Candlestick parking lot going into a Sunday night football game, Eagles-Niners. And Donovan McNabb was making one of his final starts with the Eagles. And we're walking in, and this is back before cell phones were as advanced as they are now, where you could just stream anything you want on the phone. And I hear the roars through the parking lot. Brooks Conrad booted the ball. Brooks Conrad booted the ball. And people were more worried about what was happening in the Giants-Atlanta Braves series in round 1 than they were the San Francisco 49ers. Now, that was with Alex Smith. I mean, that was with Mike Singletary back in 2010. Trey Lance making his first start. And again, I'm so excited. I'm so optimistic. Why does it feel like the lowest thing on the pecking order? Like, I got to get through Friday. I got to get through volleyball on Saturday morning with my team. I got to get through Saturday night because I'm going to go out there again on Saturday night. Hopefully I'm alive Sunday morning, and then I'll think about the 49ers. But the fact that it's even like that's the way my brain is thinking about it, it's kind of crazy, is it not? I mean, am I wrong, guys? NFL is usually 10-1 on any other sport.
Well, I mean, when you have a series that's very literally never, ever, ever happened before in the playoffs, it's a big deal. I get it. I get why you guys are excited.
It's historic, man.
It's biblical, Kenny.
It is
biblical.
Somebody said it perfectly, and
Joe 3:16 said so.
they said it, and it was right. We've been literally waiting for this for a lifetime. We've been waiting for this our whole lives. Let's go, damn it.
I don't know if you guys believe in destiny.
I'm envious of Giants fans right now. Like, I wish I was. I want to feel like this. I want this feeling.
Dog, I got a closet full of jerseys. You can hop on the squad anytime you want. I have no problem with you.
Well, I'm rooting, but I don't have that interest of a lifetime of like being a fan of this. Like, I recognize it just as a baseball fan, as a sports fan. Oh, yeah. This is a big deal. But I want that Joe Shasky feeling. I don't want that every day. I couldn't handle that. But I want what you're talking about right now. I want put that right here. Like, let me feel that tonight.
Do you guys believe in destiny and fate?
To a certain degree, yeah.
Yeah, so I have a theory, right? And I always say this, like, opportunity will knock. It's up to you to put your foot in that damn door and jam your way through it. That's the way I believe life works. You get these moments, and you were bringing up moments in life. This is one of those moments in life for the Giants. Go back to 2004. The Red Sox find a way to beat the Yankees. And it's been Red Sox over the Yankees ever since. One ring since then for the Yankees and 3 for the Sox. Okay. They have dominated. They've won 8 of the last 9 series. Now, right now is one of those moments for the San Francisco Giants to put their foot down on the Dodgers. Next year is not a given. I have no idea what's going to happen. They got a ton of players who I've never seen. Prospects or suspects until proven otherwise. So let's just worry about today. Let's get through game 1. And the key for me, Kenny, I'm telling the key for me, they have to do what they've done all year. Play clean baseball. This isn't sexy. Throw the ball to first base without any errors. Don't walk anybody, right? And keep the ball down, because the home run is how the Dodgers want to swing. They're great against righties and lefties. There's not an advantage really one way or the other. And the bullpen, which has been the hallmark of the Giants, #1 bullpen on all the metrics all year, and they have the best defense in terms of shifting. They get more output out of the shift than any other team. Can they put it all together for 5 games and not have a blunder? I just referenced it. Brooks Conrad. That's what helped the Giants get to the next level. An error. Things happen. Play clean baseball. I think this is going to go down to the wire every single game. I honestly see a 5-game series, and it's going to be the top of the 7th in game 5, and we're not going to know what's going to happen. I'm dead serious on that.
I'm coming to see you, Elizabeth. I'm coming to see you already.
Joe, we got to let you go.
Yeah,
I just took a peek at the chat. People are ready to run through walls listening to you. I think you're becoming a hazard to people's health right now. They're getting so hyped listening to you. But thanks for carving out some time for us. You obviously have a busy day with all you're doing with 95.7, and of course the game tonight and everything going on this weekend, man. So you know how much we love you. Thanks for jumping on with us.
Appreciate you, big dog.
Hey, I love you guys too. I love my Giants, and go Giants. Let's have fun. Beat LA. Let's do this. The city is waking up. This is the ceremonial reopening the World's Fair of San Francisco. We've been locked down for 2 years, and we're going to be rocking tonight at AT&T Oracle Park. Damian, I'm telling you right now, jersey in the mail to you from me. I got the candlestick throw on. Let's go, KC.
Let's go. Let's go.
Oh, all right. Bush, we appreciate it. All right. Thanks, Butcher Boy. We appreciate you, buddy. We love you, man.
LA.
Thanks for joining us.
Take care.
We gotta start. I'm just gonna bring James Ham into it. We gotta start booking Joe at the end of the show, because I'm tired. I legit get worn out listening to Joe. Joe gets me hyped. James Ham with us now here on the live stream. James, I was telling KC earlier, you're a big baseball dude. You got to be amped up for tonight's game, for the series in general.
Yeah, the series in general, but to be honest with you, I hate both teams.
Oh, what the hell?
Yeah, because I'm an A's fan. I'm an A's fan. Yeah, so I grew up with Kurt Gibson running around second base, like doing the rip through. And then to be honest with you, when I was young, the Giants weren't that likable. I mean, they won plenty of games with Roger Craig and the Hum Baby stuff. But like Will Clark and Robbie Thompson, Kevin Mitchell,
don't
man, Kevin Mitchell, how about you throw your glove up and catch the ball, not barehanded?
Don't you speak that way about Kevin Mitchell ever.
Let's step out. Let's regroup. James was at practice today for the Sacramento Kings. There's a lot of video circulating around the Sacramento Kings Twitter account about some things that went on today. We'll get James Ham's thoughts on the first couple of games of the preseason as well when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. All right, we're clear.
James, what's up, man?
What's going on, gentlemen?
Good, man. Good.
How are you?
I'm good. Too much driving this week.
Yeah.
But outside of that, I'm good. I had to drive to Southern California and back. That wasn't fun. Yeah. So, 3 funerals in 10 days.
Jeez, man.
Yeah. Not fun. And none of it was COVID related, which is,
sorry to hear about that, man.
Such is life, Yeah. It's part of it. Yeah, it happens. Anyway, just whirlwind week of driving down. Had to miss Wednesday's game. I don't even think, I was down in Southern California. I don't even think they play the Clippers on TV there. Like, I don't think they care.
Oh, jeez.
They really don't.
My goodness.
I remember.
It's like, where's that? Like,
Judging by the stands, it didn't look like anybody cared.
No.
Well, that was a problem at Golden One first night. That was
I was surprised to see that little fans at Golden One.
6,000. That's what I would guess. Like,
if
I were taking a stab, I would say it's around that. I mean, the upper bowl was empty.
Yeah, it didn't look like nobody was up there.
I can't imagine there was more than 100 or 150 people in the second bowl. So in the upper bowl.
That's crazy.
Got to figure it all out. Yeah. How have you guys been?
We're good, man.
It's a good time of year, man. So we got a lot to talk about, a lot going on. Kings has been you know how it is. Anything Kings, like people are excited.
Yeah.
I think they should be excited. I'm kind of like, I think they got something. I'm not sure how good, but I think it's gonna be much better than last year. And then it's still a swinging door, waiting for something big to happen.
What? I'll ask this question.
I have one too. I will jot that down. Jot it down. Save it for the radio audience too.
James, would you follow the A's with your fandom to Vegas?
No,
I wouldn't either. I obviously when the Kings were about to leave, I was kind of faced with that, and I was like, I'm not gonna be a Seattle Sonics or Kings.
No,
I couldn't do that.
Yeah, I would have like moved away from basketball.
Right.
Yeah, just because it makes me angry. Relocation makes me angry. I don't think it has any place in professional sports. Not at this day and age, especially when you can just expand. Like if you want to start if they're the Seattle Supersonics, like it would cost you $2 billion in like expansion fee.
Yeah.
There are guys out there that will pay it. Then let them pay it.
Yeah.
Like there's still players. There's plenty of players out there.
I'm a big believer in. I like relegation. I like the idea that you have a league underneath, and the teams in that league are trying to get up, and if somebody's not doing good in the top league, they get relegated to. There's enough big cities in this country where you could have a second tier NBA type league, and move teams up and down.
I love watching European soccer. Like my son is a huge soccer player for years, so we watch a lot of soccer too. And I think the concept of relegation is spectacular. I don't know how it works in the U.S. where people get so hurt in their feelings about things, and but I think there should be a place for it. I think that it certainly would force ownership groups to do something different. Certain things like the Pittsburgh Pirates have just been a feeder for the New York Yankees for the last 2 decades. It wasn't.
Hang on 1 second, guys. We're coming back to the radio. Back here, kind of putting the cap on 49ers Friday, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. James Ham, Kings Insider, joining us here, normally here on Wednesdays, kind enough to join us here on this Friday. We were responsible radio show host as we kind of dove into the conversation during the break, and we both hit the pause button like, oh, there's some stuff we should be talking about on the radio with James Hammond. I think, Kenny, if I remember correctly, guys, it all started with talking about Kings fans being excited, James, and you noted, you think they got something here.
Yeah, no, I do. I think the vibe inside the building is very different than most years coming in. There's usually a lot of talk about playoffs and snapping the streak and all that stuff. This year, it's a lot more. I mean, it's come up, but it's a lot more about culture. It's about chemistry. It's about how groups are meshing together or not meshing together. How Luke Walton is going to keep switching up his starting lineup. I think I asked him today about, how many more starting lineups do we have before you settle on something, and you said, yeah, we'll probably run one more new look in the next game, but then in the final game, that'll probably be the group we start the season with and give them some time and see how that goes. So I think that there's a lot of excitement. There's a lot of depth on this team. And there's still a lot of possibilities as far as changing the roster on the fly in the coming weeks. And so, yeah, I think this is one of the more intriguing seasons. I'll put it up against the season when they really loaded up with veterans in DeMarcus's, I think it was his last season, where they brought in, they had Rondo and some other guys, and they brought in guys, just to bolster the overall look and feel of the roster. And you thought, okay, maybe they do have something this year because they've got a lot more veterans, but like this one is different. It's certainly different. And I think they're going to play a different style and people are going to like it.
So this is where I paused, James, and I was like, let me just hold on for a second, because I, much like you and much like the other fans, I'm excited about this team. Like you just talked about, I think they have a lot of depth on this team. And you mentioned, everything looks good, just kind of watching to see what happens and waiting for something to happen if it happens. Now, me and Damien, we had the discussion the other day. It's only 2 preseason games. We get that. But say the Kings start off 16-11 and
I don't know why we picked 16 and 11, by the way. It was just two random numbers that popped in our head.
But 16-11, and they're above 500. They're playing well. Is Marvin Bagley and Buddy Hield still thought about as 2 guys that you're still looking to move? Or do you say, hey, let's see what we got here with these guys. Let's not, they seem to be in good spirits, seems to be working, we're playing well. Like, is there a scenario here where there isn't a move that is made?
No. Like straight up, the answer is no. And it's not because those guys are just like bad players or they're on the outside. It's very specific that what you have here. Like, that one big piece could mean the difference between fighting for like a 10, a 9, an 8, maybe a 7, and one big piece could put you at a 6. And all of a sudden you're safe from the play-in games, and not only are you good this year, but you're good for the next, 5 years maybe, where you can kind of write yourself into the playoffs and say, okay, like, how do we make this thing better and take that next step, not just the step into the playoffs, not just a step into the back end of the playoffs, but you're already at like the 4, 5, 6. Now, how do I get up to that 1, 2, 3? So I think that's where, if you're a GM and you're building a team, it can't ever be to just get in. That's been the mentality we just have to get in. Well, that doesn't work. And you end up with like the number 7, number 8, number 9 pick in every draft. And that's not going to win either. That's not going to be what changes your fortunes. So in the NBA, you either have to be bad or you got to be good. And if you have the opportunity to break the, like, sort of, you're stuck right in the middle. You're not horribly bad and you're not good, but you're stuck where you just win enough to hurt yourself all the time. If you can snap that cycle and take that next step, you have to do it. And it doesn't matter. Like, I don't care what your record is, because we haven't even got to the All-Star break. Your 9-game losing streak, which they had 2 of last year, from being 16-20 and being on the outside looking in again. So that would be my answer. Yeah, I would make the move if the move comes up, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 8 weeks into the season at the trade deadline. I make the move because it's not about today when you're a team like this. It's about, how do I get there? How do I sustain it? How do I get to a point where we could take another leap forward sometime in the distant future? And that's how you do it. You take risks.
I see.
Ben Simmons' name popped back up in the conversation today, I think primarily because an article in The Athletic, and David Aldridge and Sam Amick kind of had a back and forth within the article about Ben Simmons, and it specifically the Sacramento Kings. Do you think that do you think that's still an option? Do you think that's still something that they, if nothing else, have an eye on?
Yeah, I mean, I think you got to keep your eye on it no matter what, because I don't think he's going to play there. I think he's made it very clear he's not coming back. I thought it was interesting that Aldridge said he would, that Sacramento is a place he would be willing to go, right? And so that's intriguing. Not that I thought he wouldn't come to Sacramento, but we always heard he would go to one of 3 cities in California. And, I mean, but to be honest with you, like I've said it before, Sacramento is a perfect landing spot for him. It would let him rebuild who he is as a player, let him get his confidence back, all of these things that, we all can see that have gone south, and sort of just reboot everything and start over. And this could be home. So many NBA players come to Sacramento and fall in love. Like, this is a great place to raise kids. You're so close to everything, but we always say it's also just a beautiful place to live, and it's easygoing, and there's great food. There's great restaurants. I was talking to Alvin Gentry the other day, and him and Mark Jones were going through like restaurants that they've been going to, and like there's so many places to eat, good spots in Sacramento. This is a cool city. Maybe not if you're 20 and you're looking to go, or 21 and looking to go out to the nightclubs every night, but it is still a cool city. So I think it would be good for him. And so I think that door is going to be open until he's traded and he's not, he's no longer a Philadelphia 76er. I think that door is always going to be a possibility. Although, again, it sounds like the 76ers are still asking for just a ridiculous amount for him. And they're just not going to get it. I just don't see a way that they asked for like a bunch of pick swaps and 2 first-round picks from Portland. And I don't even know what they were asking for in addition to that, because that wasn't it. They're asking for other things as well. So
I think CJ McCollum was in it. It was a lot.
Crazy. James, this is a little tongue in cheek. I know I'm like kind of talking like a radio talking guy a little bit here, but I want to ask your opinion on it. Is there a point where officially or discreetly the league makes a phone call to Philadelphia? It's like, yo, this is great, because not only is this a bad look with Ben Simmons not being able to play, but it doesn't seem like Daryl Morey is getting the message. Like, he's still having these outrageous trade demands. And I just put it out there. If Adam Silver was like, called him, just, hey, Daryl, we're not telling you how to run your franchise, but it's getting out of control. Let's figure something out here. Is that even realistic?
In a different era, for sure, that call would have already happened. Like,
by that he means the David Stern era.
Yeah, the David Stern era. But let's go back, because this actually did happen in Philadelphia, didn't it? Where they actually helped like move someone into place and said,
"That's right. That's right." Yeah.
The process is over. It's not a good look for any of us. You're throwing games, and we're not comfortable with this anymore. And they had to bring in, what did they bring in? Brian Colangelo. They brought in someone to take over. And so, I don't think
he didn't embarrass them at all.
Yeah.
He didn't embarrass them at all.
And like, I keep looking at it like, do the 76ers think they're going to just be great without Ben Simmons? Because they're not. They're not going to be nearly as good as they were. And Joel Embiid is a ticking time bomb. He misses, 15, 20 games every year. Sometimes he misses the whole season for 2 or 3 straight. Like, it's not like you can count on him. And I remember last season when he went out, Ben Simmons was a monster without Embiid there. And so, like, they're going to have to come to a realization that winning without him isn't just going to be like a guaranteed thing. You're going to have some low patches where you just don't have the manpower to do it. And I still look at the Kings roster, and he fits right in. You can even see if they're going to play a lot of 3-guard sets, and he's your starting power forward, or he can play some small ball center. Him and Harrison Barnes on the front line together, him and Rashawn Holmes together. I mean, there are so many variations of lineups that you can do. And if I'm Luke right now, that's what I'm looking at with my guards. Like, I'm okay running a 5-guard rotation and eaten most of the minutes at the small forward spot with this team, because I think you've got 5 very distinct guards to give you completely different things. And so like I'm that's what some of the things that intrigue me about this team.
You know what's interesting about that, James, KC? You talk about like the Philadelphia 76ers winning without him. What if they do win without him? What does that say? And what does that do for his trade value?
Yeah.
Because, it's one thing if you stink, but it's another thing if it's like, yo, you're winning without him. You literally don't need him. You're better with him gone. How can you ask for multiple first-round picks or shoot at that point? Man, you can't have Buddy. You can have Marvin and Damian Jones at this point. I feel like you put yourself, I didn't mean to shoot at Damian Jones there, right? But I feel like you're putting yourself in a position where the trade value could actually get worse.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. And I mean, if I'm looking at the Kings team, I almost see a 9-man rotation and 2 guys waiting to get traded. Like that's what it feels like. I've never walked into a season where that literally is what it feels like. And I know the market value for Buddy and Marvin is not high. I mean, I know that for sure. And I know that a lot of teams are looking at Marvin Bagley's $15 million qualifying offer and saying, nope, I'm not paying that. I'm not going to, I can't even extend the qualifying offer. And if you can't extend the qualifying offer to him, then he becomes an unrestricted free agent and he can sign with anyone. So having his rights doesn't even mean anything to you. But if he's looking at it, looking around the league, and his agent's saying, hey, the best I can get you is what Hollinger said. He rates him at like a 4-year, $20 million extension right now, not $20 million a year, $5 million a year for 4 years. That's what he's rating Marvin Bagley as. And like your qualifying offer, it's $15 million. That's not good. So again, he'll just accept the qualifying offer. That would be the fear, and plays for one more season at $15 million. And then at the end of that, he's an unrestricted free agent again, and you have no ties to him.
So let me get this straight. So that's the fear of, anybody trading for him. Is that what the Kings are possibly staring at as well with keeping Marvin Bagley, that he doesn't sign the 4-year, $20 million contract, and then he do the qualifying offer here in 1 year, then he's unrestricted free agent? Same set of rules for them as well.
Yeah, as far as I've heard, there has not been any extension talk with Marvin Bagley at all. And so what does that mean? That means that you're going to walk into this season knowing that at the end of the year, if you want to retain his rights, you have to give him a qualifying offer, and his specific qualifying offer is like $14.8 or $15 million. It's right there. That's a tremendous amount of money. And that is to retain his rights moving forward. And even still, I mean, you could work out some sort of extension instead of the qualifying offer, but just to get him to stick around, just to hold his rights, you have to extend that qualifying offer. You can remove it down the road, but he can also just go, oh, I'll sign on the dotted line and I'm going to play for the qualifying offer. And now you've locked in $15 million for the season. And that could be a lot of money. Then again, Marvin could just blow up and have a great season, and $15 million is right in line with who he and what he is. But I don't think the Kings, I don't think there's been any negotiation. And at this point, if you're the Kings, you got to look at it as like it's sunk. Well, first of all, it wasn't a Monty McNair's draft selection. So it's almost like a sunk cost issue. And if you can trade him, you can trade him. But again, you're trading him at this point as an expiring contract more than you are as an asset that can be used. Now, Marvin could become an asset somewhere else and go on to have a great career. But for right now, it's a little bit of muddy water there where you're like, I don't really see how you can't see through it. You're like, I'm not sure how this thing is going to work out for anyone involved.
James Ham, Kings Insider, with us here on D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320. You mentioned asking Luke earlier about a potential another lineup change. Of course, the Kings play the Portland Trailblazers on Monday. Do you think he goes? This was my theory. If there's a chance to start the small ball lineup in a game, that's the one he does it in.
Yeah, it's possible, especially with Portland. You can kind of match up a small ball.
Yeah.
And like we talked to Davion today, like I wouldn't be totally shocked, even if it wasn't Davion, but it was, Fox, Halliburton, and Heald, like something mixing it up in a different way. Like I could definitely see a small ball, but then it's like, what do I do at the center and power forward spot? Who complements the small ball group? Because I think that right now is one of Walton's like biggest concerns. Like he wants to run that small ball a lot. And I don't know if that means 40-50% of the time. I'm going to guess it probably means around that. And like, how do I, it's kind of like the original Batman with Michael Keaton. Like don't mix the shampoo and the deodorant or you die. You remember when they poisoned the cosmetics. And so with the Kings,
Kenny hates the first Batman.
I don't hate it. I just don't think it's good in retrospect.
Okay,
but I get the reference.
I'll watch it.
See what I'm saying though? What you can't do is you can't have bad mixes on the court, and you're not sure if Alex Len and Rashawn Holmes can play next to each other. But if Alex Len can shoot 37.5% from three, like he did with Atlanta a couple of years ago, then you could play them together, and all of a sudden you got a guy who can roam the perimeter and defend just about anybody, and you have a big man who can defend the basket. And if I'm going to run those two with a 3-guard set, okay, now I'm getting interested. This is something I can work with. But you have to figure those things out. You've got to let them like play together, not just like for 3 minutes in the second quarter against God knows who. You need to get a look against someone else's starting group. And so I think that we could see again, I would be surprised if we see Alex Len starting at center with somebody else at the power forward and giving that look, even if it's Harrison Barnes. So
we've seen 2 preseason games at that. But James, I look at the rookie. I look at Davion Mitchell, and I say already he is as advertised. When you talk about all the expectations that seem to be heaped upon him, the thought that he was this defensive game changer and how he was able to guard and all this other stuff. I know it's just Cameron Payne, it's just Elfrid Payton, it's just Reggie Jackson, it's just Eric Bledsoe on a couple of possessions, it's just Paul George. I get it. But to me, James, Davion is as advertised. I love what I've seen so far, and I think it'll all carry over into the regular season. What do you think about Davion?
Yeah, I mean, I thought the first game he came out and we saw jitters in the first minute or two. He turned the ball over twice. And just watching him, I'll also say this, like for as excited as I am for him on the defensive end, there are some small concerns on the offensive end. Number one, I want him on the court with either De'Aaron or with Tyrese Halliburton at all times, which should be the case either way. But I want those guys controlling the ball when he's in the game. I don't particularly love him as a playmaker this season. I think it's going to take a little while for him to sort of get his sea legs. We watched Halliburton make those incredible passes in game 1 where he broke down the defense and found guys in the corner. Like the Kings don't have a guy outside of him that can make those passes. And then Fox, because of the way he plays so hard, he draws and has easy kicks all over the place because, defenses shrink up against him. And so he does create a lot of space for his teammates. I want to see Davion for right now as a catch and shoot 3 guy. And whether that's in the corner or it's at the elbow, both of which I've seen him shoot a ton in practice and he looks really strong, but also like every once in a while, catch and shoot, and then just hit the gas. And when someone flies out to block your 3, beat him to the hole and go for the layup. So I would like to see a conservative, him playing more off the ball right now, especially because he's concerning so much energy on the defensive end. So as far as the offensive side, that would be my only concern. I want Halliburton handling the ball as much as possible and Fox handling the ball as much as possible. On the defensive end, you're right. It's just, and it's not just because I heard like Terrence Davis talk today and he said, we're feeding off of it. And I think feeding off of it is one thing, but the way that Davion plays, it's not just feeding off of it. It is, he forces people into awkward body motions that lead to lazy passes that gets his teammates wide open runaway steals because, or, you know, we've seen the double teams where he's just blotting out the sun and they're sending a big and like, it just gets chaotic. They're going to force so many turnovers because he's in the game. And he was funny today. We talked to Davion and he said, you know, like I asked him if he's a film study guy. He's like, yeah, he's like, I'm not going to go out there like with a blank, I think he said a blank head, like, and not know what I'm doing. And I asked him what, like, are you ready to play against CJ and Dame? And he's like, yeah. He's like, you know, I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm going to pick him up half court. I'm going to pick him up full court. I'm going to do whatever. I started. So he's like, I'm going to have to give up some things. I said, well, are you going to let him shoot 45-foot 3-pointers? And he laughed. He goes, probably not. He's like, but like playing against De'Aaron every day has really got him ready to go defend anybody. He's like, De'Aaron is so incredibly different and unique in the NBA. He's so much faster. He's so much craftier than so many other guards that just those reps are going to help, but also studying and going out there and doing what he does, playing full court, picking up guys wherever, and just causing problems. I think he's going to find himself like earning minutes very quickly. He's going to be a fan favorite. I think his defense, it's awkward. His defense is so much ahead of his offensive game at this point, but I still think he's serviceable and there are things he can do. It's not like, you know, Matisse Thybulle thing where the dude averages 3 points a game and people don't even have to defend him on the perimeter. It's like the old JaVale McGee where they just put JaVale McGee out of bounds until the NBA said, hey, look, everyone's got to be on the court the whole time. You can't literally just hide JaVale McGee out of bounds. That doesn't work. So, so I think he's going to be intriguing to watch his rookie season.
James, you obviously curious what you thought and perhaps even what Davion thought on De'Aaron's remarks after the Clippers game a couple of nights ago about Davion already being a top 5 on-ball defender in the league.
Yeah, so Davion had not heard those comments, and then when he was told what the comments were, he got a huge smile on his face, and he's like, you know, well, thanks, like that's high praise, but like he knows that's who he has to be, and his taste so far in the league, he's like, okay, like between Cal Classic, Summer League, which mean very little, but they do mean something. And then you start getting into actual preseason games and playing against real players. I think he already sees that, like, look, I can be that guy here too. It's not too big for me. I'm ready. I know he was asked today if he's 6'1" or 6'2", and he said he's going to go with 6'2", and I said, yeah, me too. Neither one of us are 6'2". Sorry. Like he might be taller than me, but I'm not sure by how much. And I'm not sure that he is. Like
I'll go with 6'2" for me also. Like if we're just allowed to pick, I'm gonna go 6'2" for me.
Yeah,
that's like you can hear me on it. Yeah, me too. Yeah, I'm 6'2" as well. No, but like you know, without shoes, I'm 5'11". With shoes, I'm 6 foot. You know, close to it right there. And so that's what he kind of feels to me. He's right around that size. So I don't think he's going to be able to defend guys like Paul George all the time or Luka Doncic all the time, but he is going to be able to defend so many different types of guards that I think is good for the Kings, especially with the length around him.
The other thing that stuck out about that quote was I was talking to Deuce and Mo. We were talking to them about this. Is like it came from De'Aaron Fox. And you talk to De'Aaron. De'Aaron's a pretty straight shooter, and he doesn't ever really give a lot of fluff or fake praise to himself or anybody else. And like not just saying he's a good defender, but he's like, no, he's top 5 on-ball defender. That's what added a little more weight to that statement, who it came from, and for him being just as specific as he was about Davion.
Yeah, I'll say this too. Just like Davion is excited because he's got to play against De'Aaron Fox every day of practice. It's teaching him how quick guards are, how NBA guards are so much longer than you think. I mean, De'Aaron Fox has huge wingspan, so you have to learn how to defend each of these guys individually. They, some guys like Dame can pull up from anywhere on the court, and you've got to be ready for that. But they're also so crafty, and they pick up fouls on you. So I think it's a really good thing for him to go against, and Halliburton, and Terrence Davis, and even Buddy Hield, going against each one of these guys. I think that's one of the unique things about this team. They got 5 guys. All 5 are completely different. You have your speedster, you have your utility knife in Halliburton, you've got your 3-point specialist in Buddy Hield, you've got your explosive, almost plays angry Terrence Davis, which they're calling the microwave at this point.
I call him El Caballo Loco. Crazy.
Yeah, and then you have Davion. So they're going up against each other, but also like De'Aaron Fox took a huge leap last year. We all want to see if he can take another leap. How do you get a guy to take another leap who's already up to over 25 points a game, 7 assists a game? Well, how about you stick a crazy defender on him every day in practice and say, all right, get better now. Now show me you can get better again against that guy. And when we go release you into the wild, that is the 82 game schedule, now what are you going to do? Like, there's no one else who defends like that. There might be Pat Bev who defends like that, but outside of that, and Pat Bev, I don't think is as quick as Davion. Like, now that should elevate De'Aaron Fox to another level. It should give him another bump that he didn't have before. And so, again, I think drafting Davion was an intriguing move at the time, but the way it's going to play out, number one, you have an elite perimeter defender. Number two, he's making everyone better with his style of play. Number three, he's making everyone better because they have to go against him all the time in practice and deal with that dog mentality, the guy that won't go away. And he's doing that at Kings practice as well. It's not an act that you see in a game. That's who he is.
James, you mentioned the microwave. You mentioned Terrence Davis a minute ago. I thought he was really effective in some probably inconsequential minutes against the Clippers. Will that be his role on the team? Like, I've been trying to figure out, like, where is he going to fit in with the rest of the guards there in the lineup?
Yeah, I think it's still TBD, right? Because we don't know what the roster is going to fully look like, 8 weeks into the season. Like, we think we know what it's going to look like right now, but it can change quickly, which means his role could change dramatically. He could go from, a guy who's going to fight for like 16 minutes a game to a guy who is going to play 24 minutes a game very quickly. And what I like about Terrence is that when he's hot, like, you can't stop him. Now, it's a problem because in the first game, he was ice cold and it was like, eesh.
Stop him from shooting.
Yeah, and we saw that in the first. So he came to Sacramento. He had a really big game. We talked about his off the court things, and then he had a stretch where it felt like he was affected by stuff. And he had a really tough stretch where if he's not hitting shots, he becomes he's a tough player to play. And then when he got a bigger role, especially when Halliburton and Fox started getting, Halliburton had the knee issue and Fox got COVID late in the season, we saw his game just skyrocket. I think he can be somewhere in between, but I think he's a guy that can come off your bench and average 12 points a game without any problems. I liken him to Bobby Jackson, that type of role with this team. And, again, remember, he's only in his 3rd season, so he's going to need to grow into who he is and what he is. But I like his mentality. His mentality is like, if that's who you want me to be, if you want me to be Vinnie Johnson, number one, I'll go type Vinnie Johnson into YouTube and figure out who that is, which is what he did, because he didn't know who Vinnie Johnson was. But then secondly, I'm going to look around and say, okay, who else is like that? Is it, Jamal Crawford? Is it a Bobby Jackson? Get advice from Bobby while he's there. Is it, what's his name? Williams, Lou Williams. How do you find out how to be that guy, how to be someone who's so impactful and it doesn't matter how many minutes you play? And I think Terrence is kind of like, he's looking for it. He's like, that sounds cool to me. Let me figure out how to be that. And that's a good thing that you have a young player who's already considering the fact that maybe he is a Super 6 going forward.
Oh boy. Deep side. This usually is followed by something very dramatic.
Buddy Hield. His first 2 preseason games, not the most efficient. Now, we've had discussions about Buddy Hield all week long. Ironically enough, James, I don't have a problem. Obviously, I want him to make more shots, but in the role that he's in, I don't really have a problem with him coming in and chucking up shots. I feel like that's his job. You're the scorer of the second unit. Go shoot your shots. Like, I don't have a problem with it. And I feel like it's set up now where, as your starting shooting guard, that's a problem that he's going 4 of 13 and shooting 12 3-pointers or whatever it is. You're coming off the bench as your 6th man. If it's 4 of 13 that night, yeah, it's not ideal, but we can handle it because we have other scores around her. That 4 of 13 might be a 9 of 13 one night. So we want to have him keep shooting. What's your outlook on Buddy Hield right now as things stands and what his role looks to be going forward with this team?
Yeah, I mean, his role is a floor spacer. And I'll, like, when it comes to Buddy, I'll say one word that I think means everything. And the word is incentives. His contract is incentive laden. And he knows the numbers. He knows exactly what it's going to take to get him his money. And he is going to look for those numbers. And so if he is inefficient and his 3-point percentage is below 40% or 41 or 42, I could see a point where he reduces the number of threes in order to up his percentage. And, like I think we talked about this, like he had a clause in his contract that he shot 85% from the free throw line, that he got, I think it was $500K. It was mixed with another stat. He had to do 2 things. One of the things was no problem. The 85% should have been no problem. The last game of the season, he hadn't shot a free throw for, I think it was 4 or 5 games. We talked about this. And then he got fouled shooting a 3, and he bricked the first 3, and he dropped below 85% from the line. And then even though he hit the second 2, it wasn't enough to push him back up over 85%. So I'm not sure if he got his incentive money, but just so you know, he knows where those are. And definitely so. If you're going to sign a contract that says, hey, I've got to play 72 games, then you got to play 72. And even if there's only 72 in a season, you got to play it out. You got to be there every game. And so, look, he's a super hard worker. He's a super cheerful guy. He's not a bad guy to have around unless he becomes a real distraction. And so far, everyone there has said, look, he's here. He's bought in. He's ready. He's come to the conclusion, whatever happens, he knows that he was almost traded to the Lakers and it didn't work out, and that it was not the Kings' fault that it didn't work out. They tried to get him to a perfect situation. It didn't happen. And so from here on out, it's look, if this is where I'm at, this is where I'm at, and I've got to go out and be successful. And I think he's got 3 more years left on his deal. Mm-hmm. So this could be a situation.
360.
They can't find a spot for him to go. And so you got to play it out.
I'm just envisioning he's like a junkie. He knows he has to hit a certain number. In his mind, he's thinking, I've got this number of threes that I got to make, this number of threes I got to take to get there. But then he misses a couple, and then he starts chasing it. Well, I got to get I got to get on track. I got to get going. I got to get going. And all of a sudden, before you know it, he's 3 of 13.
Yeah.
We saw that twice.
Well, I mean, and the problem that I saw that one game was he kept trying to get back to the free throw line. Well, you spent, I think we looked 33 games this last season.
Right. Yeah.
You didn't go to the free throw line at all. When you need to get to the free throw line, if you don't know how to get there, that's even more awkward, because then you're throwing yourself into people and you're doing the flinging the ball up. And,
hey, you're doing the audible foul. Hey.
Yeah. It goes sideways fast. And so, look, again, there are plenty of things that each of these players can get better at. There are plenty of things I can get better at, whether it's on the radio or writing. You got to keep working and keep getting better. And I'm sure Buddy will, because he is like a super hard worker, and I don't mean to bash on him or like have fun.
No, we like Buddy, man.
Yeah,
and I admire the fact that he was in the game for 3 minutes and had already taken 4 threes. Like, I love that. Like, I just admire that. And I admire you, James. You're the absolute best. Thanks for hanging out with us a bit on this Friday. Totally unscheduled. James hit us. I assume you were at practice or wrapping up practice and said, hey, I'm available if you want to talk. And here James is. We do want to mention this as we're leaving. We were keeping our eyes on it, and it's a pretty big deal. Seahawks are bracing for Russell Wilson to miss at least a month, potentially 6 to 8 weeks. This is a dude who has not missed a football game, and now the Seattle Seahawks could be without him from 6 to 8 weeks. That is an absolutely massive story developing in the NFC West. Don't want to see that. I'm a Russell Wilson guy, man. Don't want to do that.
I believe they call that, just so you know, they call it mallet finger, and it's when you snap the ligament in the tip of the finger, and then it gets stuck like that. My wife had that. She was cleaning up after one of the dogs. I'm like,
oh dear.
Took a bad step with her finger, and it popped it.
Oh,
and I thought it was dislocated, and was like, well, just pop it back in. Ooh. And it wasn't. And it's called a mallet finger, where just the tip of your finger gets caught in a bent way. And I believe that's what happened to him. And it was, I think, 6 weeks and a little finger cast that held her finger back, trying to get it back in place. And it painful for months later.
Well, on that note, have a good weekend, everyone. We'll see you Monday.
Go Giants.
James Ham sending us into the weekend with a bang. Just can't. I'm envisioning James looking. She just can't get her finger to work. That's one of the greatest calls of all time. He just can't get his finger to work.
I wasn't home. I was on the road. And she called and she FaceTimed me. She's like, I think I did something to my finger. And I look and she holds her finger up, and I'm like, well, just pop it back in. And she's like, it doesn't feel like it's popped out, like it's dislocated. It feels like it's just stuck. And so she ended up going to the doctor. And sure, they have like this weird little splint that holds the whole backside and then has a fingertip cup on. So it holds it like this the whole time to try to get it back in place. Wow. And then after like 3 or 4 weeks, then you pull it off, and for 5 minutes at a time, and you slowly start trying to get the bend back.
Oh my gosh.
And my wife is an attorney, so typing and everything else, it was her middle finger, and it was very unpleasant. I watched on Twitter, I saw the clip, and I'm like, oh no, that's mallet finger. That's what that is. Like right away, like
that makes sense.
That is.
He didn't feel like it was dislocated. Like when he was moving it around, it wasn't like you got to pop it. He was like, I can't.
It's just stuck.
Can't get it to work.
Stuck. Yeah, and I had
he legit looked so confused.
Yeah,
like when he was doing this, he looked so confused, like it's not moving.
Yeah, and you can't just go and pop it back in. That's not the way it's going to work.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
I just clicked on the article for the first time. That's what it says. It's mallet finger.
Mallet finger. Yes. Mallet. I knew it. I almost
Dr. James Ham. Dr. James Ham.
That's funny. So
wow.
Sweet.
Unbelievable. Hey, thank y'all for hanging out. We're gonna end the stream now because we have a couple of things to do for Jesse. And I think everyone has had enough of Dr. James Ham here today. So we're going to hit this video. Remind you to go to DLoandKC.com over the weekend. Have a great weekend. Be back here Sunday for game day, and we will see you guys.